Hello to our 5 CNN viewers. I'm Jake Tapper, First Order Fact Checker. We begin tonight with a disturbing report out of the Yavin sector. Intelligence officials are telling us that the terrorist group known as the Rebel Alliance, a fringe coalition of religious extremists and smugglers, has launched a cowardly, unprovoked attack on the peaceful Death Star. Anonymous sources close to the emperor tell CNN that this station was essentially a galactic housing project designed to bring affordable energy to the Outer Rim. Yet the radical rebel terrorists, led by the disgraced former senator and known white supremacist Princess Leia Organa, falsely claim it was a weapon. We are now joined by our chief imperial correspondent, Anderson Trooper. Anderson, what are you hearing from the core worlds?
The mood here is one of shock and outrage. Jake, I've spoken to several anonymous sources within the Imperial Senate who confirmed that Lord Vader was actually on a diplomatic humanitarian mission when his ship was aggressively boarded by these rebels. There is a lot of disinformation spreading right now. You have conspiracy theorists claiming the Empire destroyed Alderaan, but our fact checkers have debunked this. The official report clearly states Alderaan suffered a spontaneous planetary mining accident caused by rebel negligence. To suggest the Empire fired upon it is just baseless anti-government conspiracy theory.
Absolutely debased. And we're seeing reports about the ringleader of this latest attack, a radicalized white farm boy named Luke Skywalker. What do we know about him?
It's a terrifying profile, Jake. Skywalker appears to have been indoctrinated by a fanatical zealot named Obi-Wan Kenobi, a member of the outlawed racist Jedi religious cult. Experts say this Force religion is extremely dangerous, teaching young men to reject science and order in favor of ancient weapons and violence. Skywalker was seen associating with Han Solo, a convicted felon, smuggler, and tax evader who has been known to shoot first. These are not freedom fighters, Jake. They are violent deplorables who hate democracy.
Truly shameful. And finally, Emperor Palpatine reassured the galaxy today that absolute power is actually very freeing, and that any suggestion he's a Sith Lord is an outdated conspiracy theory pushed by people who don't even live on Coruscant. Up next, a panel of 6 Imperial Moths explains why tax increases and government overreach is a good thing and will actually help you. CNN is sponsored by CNR Fleet Systems. Do your patriotic duty and help the Empire secure the galaxy. That's all for now. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in Imperial-approved truth.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 165, Damage Control. And all new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Homeless Left. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. This is your non-tribal approach to news channel. We're here with you guys all afternoon today on this Thursday. We come to you guys live twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Welcome everybody that's been following our show, following what we've been doing, tuning in to an environment that we create here for critical thinkers. That's what it's for. We welcome any critical thinker into our space. We don't care where you come from, what your ideology is, who you voted for, really. We just care about where your mind is now, and we're here to let you know you don't have to check in with a team. You don't have to check in with a tribe. You don't have to ask, your particular team or color or whatever it is. You don't have to ask them what is the correct response to this week's happenings. You don't have to do that anymore. You can use your own brain. You can look at what's happening and look at the nuances, the details, and you know what? The hard part is doing the research. That takes time. You know what the easy part is? The easy part is applying principle, being consistent, knowing how to call what's wrong, what's right, what's wrong, knowing how to call BS. That's the easy part. It becomes extremely hard to do that when you have to pick and choose, when you have to ignore certain news because it hurts your team, and then elevate other news when it helps your team. And we're seeing a lot of that right now with the Epstein files drop. We've been seeing that for the last week, more so than ever before, just because it's so easy to just be in your team and not use your brain. The hard part is, how do you justify? How can you justify if you're on Team Blue and you had power for 4 years and you did nothing about the files? Now you're doing something about it. Now you care because of Trump. This is the dilemma you face when you haven't been applying principle the whole time. It's a hard one to get out of. I feel bad for anybody who is forced to have to do that. Well, no one's actually forced, but if you get a massive paycheck and it's your career and you have to look in the camera and you have to figure out how to maneuver around, how to do backflips, how to figure out how to snake through it and convince your audience, convince your listeners that this is the time to get angry, but not that other time. Never mind that. We're going to only get angry when it suits us. And, make no mistake, you can be on the right side of history about one thing, and that's fine. But you will never have principle and the elements that we look for in humanity, courage, consistency, the things we talk about on the show. You'll never have that just because you got one thing right. So let's use this opportunity right now. Let's use Epstein as the opportunity to say enough with the red versus blue, enough with team sports, enough with tribalism. This is not about tribalism anymore. This is about calling out the elite cabal, the donor class, the satanic cult that has been running the world for God knows how many centuries. And we're looking more into it, and we want to see what's the mechanism in place, and then what's the mechanism in place to control that mechanism. This is an ongoing investigation we're doing. We're not going to let up. And you guys have been watching our show. We never let up. We never come to a finish line and say, this is it. We're done. We solved it. It's over. Nothing more to see here. We'll never do that. We'll always keep looking. We'll always keep investigating. But the sooner we can start aligning everybody, no matter what your ideology is, no matter who you are, what you come from, we don't have to agree on those things, but we have to start to understand that we are all in this together and we all are on the same team and we all have a common enemy. And that's those people controlling the entire planet, the people that were all implicated in these lists, not just you guys know, you've been watching our show. This is far worse than did Trump forget to ID a girl and ended up with a minor, criminal charge that he should be prosecuted for criminal, sexual, crimes, right? It's far worse than that. And the sooner you guys can get out of that tribe and start looking at it from that critical thinking point of view, the sooner we can get to at least a place that we can announce to the world that we're done with this. Will there be justice? Will there be convictions? Will people go to jail? I'm not telling you that. We're not, that actually shouldn't even be our goal, because that we will be completely let down if that's the goal. Put them in jail. We should be okay with this. A full awakening of the planet to say, we're not going to fall for your BS anymore. So, you can give us some files on some dead guys. We talked about one, George Bush Sr. We talked about that on the show on Tuesday. Craig Pasta Jardula was on. And we were talking about, well, they only released the file of George Bush Sr. doing awful, horrible things, disgusting things. Well, you can't convict him because he's dead. But what we're saying here is we're not going for a conviction of one guy. What we're talking about is pulling the curtain back and understanding the mechanism that's been in place. It's always been in place. We're figuring it out now. It's the thing that they're going to try and continue to have in place. But again, the sooner we're able to realize this as a planet, the less they're going to have a chance to get away with it again. So let's go for understanding. And if we get a conviction, great. But let's go for understanding. And then we can all say in unison, enough, right? Let's go for that. Okay. So today's show, you guys, I mentioned Tuesday's show. That's where we kind of started going into the files. Man, there's so much there. We called that the Mossad files. We didn't call it the Epstein files because it's bigger than Epstein, right? So that's why we call it the Mossad files. We just started going through that. Now, fast forward to today, we still have more we're going to go through. So be on for the ride, guys. We got a great show planned for you today. We're calling this one damage control because that's what happens next, right? That's always the next thing, the damage control, the maneuvering. So we'll look at all the different people and all the different factors in place right now, doing the lying, the deceiving, the distracting, the stuttering, right? So we're going to look at all that today. Just kind of understand more about how the mechanism works and how it's been working and how we've been completely oblivious to it this entire time. Okay. But Jay Scott, he's going to be joining us shortly. And we're going to get into obviously more Epstein. We got some developments on the ICE policies from Trump. It looks like he might have taken a little step back. We have some World War III watch today. U.S. Iran nuclear talks off on. Meanwhile, China's getting involved and apparently making a statement against Israel. It's about time, right? It's about time. And then we have some interesting stuff going on in the entertainment side of things. The Super Bowl coming up this weekend. We'll get into some of that stuff, some of the narratives that are being purchased on, as far as using the Super Bowl, right? This is the one everybody watches, and they can get to a lot of people on this very particular couple-hour period. So with that said, let's go ahead. I'm just going to make sure you guys know where you can find us. If you just discovered us now, welcome to the Homeless Left. We call ourselves THL, so you guys can shorthand it THL. That works on our YouTube channel, THL Presents on YouTube. That's the channel that we had to start because the Homeless Left on YouTube got terminated. Well, what a shame that was. That was quite a shame. But you know what? We don't take that. We don't take no for an answer. We started another channel. It's called THL Presents. We don't care. They want to take this one down, say that we're too dangerous for the community. We have to keep the community safe from conversations. If they try that again, we'll just start another one. We'll never run out of names. We'll figure out another name. But the Homeless Left is still a staple for us on Rumble. We appreciate that Rumble has never pulled the plug on our show, which is awesome. Oh, look at this. It looks like we might have gotten a raid. Welcome to our show. If you're from Due Dissidents, we appreciate you guys popping on over. You got us just in time. We're going to be basically kicking the show off right now. So go ahead and hit the like. Hit the subscribe. That's very important too, because we do get, you get notices on Rumble, particularly on Rumble. You get the notice when people go live. So we do appreciate it, and we appreciate all the work Due Dissidents has been doing. Keaton and Russ, great work over there, and we like to think we're all in the same community doing the work. We can't do this alone. We can't do this without each other. We can't do this without you guys, and so that's why we appreciate you all being here with us right now. So let's go ahead and kick things off today. We like to start off Thursday's show with what we like to call top censored news of the week. Let's do it.
Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week.
It's top censored news of the week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way. And guess what? It's always on purpose. All right, let's get into the top number 3 story of the week, and no one's talking about because we actually just found out about this, but it's very important. Let's look at this. Coming in at number 3, billionaire NFL team owner buys a Super Bowl ad to combat anti-Semitism. And yes, those are air quotes, anti-Semitism. It's set to air this Sunday. Let's look at what's happening there. What is going on? What is this Super Bowl ad all about? Well, let's see. And this is from Gen X Girl, Jewish billionaire Robert Kraft. He has placed an ad. So he funded this thing. It's about Jew hatred. And it's going to air on Sunday. So now just a background on Robert Kraft. He's a diehard Zionist, obviously, who would spend their own money on a let's combat Jew hate ad. Well, Robert Kraft certainly did. He's donated $1 million to AIPAC, just for clarity, so you guys know his relationship there. He has targeted students protesting Israel's genocide. Of course he has. He also, and this was by the Daily Mail, he's also been charged in a sex trafficking operation happening down in Florida. But he is the owner of the New England Patriots that will be playing this Sunday. And let's see what else we know. Oh, there he is. Okay, so this is the TRT World story when he got caught with some sex trafficking. Now, I don't want to say any underage were involved, but this still is criminal, human sex trafficking. He was working out of a massage parlor, somehow he might have gotten off of being convicted, but whatever. I guess you're innocent until proven guilty. So we won't go so much far down that rabbit hole, but I just want you guys to know that's the background on Robert Kraft, who will be featured at the Super Bowl this Sunday. And of course, his ad will air, and who knows how many people are going to watch it. Do you guys want to have a little pre-screening of the commercial? Let's do that. Let's give you guys a pre-screening of the actual ad that was filmed. And hold on to your seats, guys. This one might have done the trick for anyone out there who thinks that the number one problem, and I'm talking to you, RFK Jr., if you think the number one problem on our campuses today, our number one health problem, as RFK Jr. says, it's anti-Semitism. If you think that, or you didn't know if that was true or not, this ad will certainly clarify that for you without exception. Clearly, it is the number one problem students are dealing with right now. Let's watch.
Loser. Dude.
Did you see that? So bad.
Oh, bro, look at him. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm going to assume this kid is Jewish. That's the point, right? Because if he was anything else that they were making fun of him about, they probably wouldn't make a commercial about it, because this obviously, again, it's being Jewish. That's the hardest thing to be at school these days. Hardest. It's extremely hard. Let's watch what happens to the kid. I'm sure something very hateful and violent and awful that's going to scar him the rest of his life. And we needed to pick this so everybody watching the Super Bowl this Sunday can see how traumatizing it can be to be a Jewish and to be going to a school. Hold on to your seats, guys. This is probably the most traumatic thing that can happen to you as a kid in school. Here we go.
It's not funny. Stop.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. A Post-it note. A freaking Post-it note. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I mean, man, I remember back in school, I had this psychopath in 7th grade. He took a baseball bat and he swung it at me. And the only reason I didn't get hit by the bat is we happened to be standing outside on the blacktop during recess. And the sun happened to be aimed in a direction where I could see his shadow and the bat going like that in the shadow right behind me. And the kid swung it as hard as you can swing it as a 7th grader. And I ducked. But a Post-it note. Yeah, that's I'm sorry, guys. I'm traumatized. I'm triggered. But look at this. He's got somebody saving the day, basically, I could say saving his life at this point, because you got to take this blue Post-it, which is now, this is a thing, right? This is the Stop Anti-Semitism. Their little logo, their little thing is a blue square, right? So you take the blue square and you cover up the hate like this, and now you have a new friend. Here we go. Oh, and he's happens to be black, but that's not the point here, right? Right, guys?
Do not listen to that.
Thank you, man.
I know how it feels.
Yeah, let's all get on our blue squares, because that type of trauma, I wouldn't wish it on any kid. I would rather that this kid had a bat swung in his skull. Now, I'm not saying that should happen. I'm saying between that and the thing that the billionaire bought an ad for to show us how effing bad it is. How effing bad it is. I would assume he would think that. I'm assuming. I would never want anything to happen to this kid, but I'm assuming that a baseball bat to a head, like I almost got, and there was no commercial for me back then. I wish I knew this dude, because he probably would have made, oh man, I better make you a commercial. But no, that would obviously be better to have the baseball bat at your skull than a Post-it note. So let's all get our Post-it notes, our blue Post-it notes ready.
Nah.
Yeah.
They're not worth it, bro.
Not worth it. I hear you.
Yeah, you're right. I was tripping.
What's your name?
Name's Dave.
David?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, that's the thing. And we know that's what's happening at the schools right now. That's what's happening. A lot of Jew hate. We're not talking about having any critique on Israel's genocide. We're not talking about going into a protest on your campus with Free Palestine. That's not, you can't, I mean, that's really bad. I mean, you're not going to depict that in the commercial because that's not, what is that going to do? We need to show the worst thing that could possibly happen, which is a Post-it note. Now, we can go further and say, this is actually not a thing right now. It actually isn't. This isn't a thing, and it's no different than anyone being called any name about anything. And guess what? You got to get some tough skin. If you're called dirty anything, got to get some tough skin. You don't get an entire campaign for you. But I'm gonna go off on a limb and say this actually isn't the problem. The problem on campuses is students speaking out against Israel's crimes. That's what it is. So you have to have groups like the ADL, right? The ADL has to figure out a way to leverage this because they need it. You got to have anti-Semitism or you don't get to do Israel's crimes, right? That's how it works. So here's how it works. And this is also shared by Gen X Girl. Appreciate the work on this. This is ADL's inflated anti-Semitism report. As you can see, moving up the charts each year, it skyrockets in 2023, 2024. How does it skyrocket? Because when you control the numbers, you can control definitions of words, therefore changing results. So definitions of anti-Semitism is what you're actually controlling, right? Right? So you can add anti-Israel, anti-Zionism as part of anti-Semitism, which you can start, or you can see started in 2018 and then slowly crept up. And then by 2023, you can see the reports in the red column there near the right. You can see 2023, 3,162 reports of anti-Israel, anti-Zionism being reported as anti-Semitism. Do you guys see that? You see how that works? Because back in, 2011, 2012, 2013, you can see there's zero of that because that's not, that wasn't a thing they tracked. Now they can track it because they changed the definition. That's how it works. And this is from their own website. This is from ADL.org. A large percentage of instances, including references to Israel or Zionism. That's a definition. Now, it wasn't before, but now it is. So they're tracking incidences of challenging a foreign government and its military strategy, an ethno-state, they're illegally occupying a people and genociding them. That's what's happening. So, but if you call that out, you're now committing a hate crime. That's it. That's what this is, right? Okay. So this is the during the 2021-2022 academic year. This is how they were able to manifest a more broad definition. And that's why they started to include in that definition. If you said Israel was committing a genocide or ethnic cleansing, that is hate speech. So it's their own website, their own definition. This is what they do. Oh, and look at this. It says, if you say apartheid state, right? All these different ways that we challenge Israel and their policy, their military policies, and wiping out another people. That is, again, we call that apartheid state. We call it a settler, a colonial state. And when we call for, and this is how protests work, you guys know this is how protests work. You have to have demands. That's how protests work. So the protest for free Palestine was very well defined as far as the movement nationally with the colleges. And they had they still have very clear definitions of what the demands are, which is calling for boycott, divestment, and sanctions, right? So that is now what ADL is saying. That's hate speech. So it's weird that you wouldn't put that in the commercial, right? You wouldn't put that in the commercial for the Patriot owner, the Zionist psychopath. We're going to stop students from their First Amendment right to protest, a-hole, basically. Who's doing his Super Bowl this weekend and gets to have however long this commercial is, couple minutes, attention of everybody watching at home. That's what he gets to have. So Watch out for it. Watch out for it. When the commercial comes on, let's all boycott it together, shall we? Or just boycott the Super Bowl altogether. Who cares? Who cares? But if you are watching it, when that comes on, make a deal about it. Anybody in the room, you let them know what's going on. And look, if some kid gets a Post-it note that says dirty anything, that sucks. Okay, let me be clear. That sucks. But this is the attention they want you to have on what this looks like, what the kids are experiencing, and this is the best they can come up with. It's crazy to me. You couldn't come up with something better than a Post-it note. But hey, it's your campaign, not mine. I'm not the billionaire coming up with these commercials. But I would have suggested something a little harsher than a Post-it note. Okay, let's move on. Top censored news of the week coming in at number 2. The DOJ has been caught deleting Rothschild files from the Epstein library, among others, right? Among others. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. That does not sound good. Okay, well, let's take a look. What's happening here? What are they doing here? Let's grab this. Here we go. This is from Red Panda Koala. Thanks for doing the work on this. By the way, anybody doing the work, we commend you. The Homeless Left commends you. Anybody doing the work, when the files dropped, it's a lot of stuff to go through. But just having accountability, going through this, putting the hours in, we really appreciate it. Okay, so the Department of Justice Epstein Archive is deleting documents in real time here, guys. So if you type in Rothschilds, February 1st, you had 12,000 documents. It started going under 12,000 on February 3rd, and then by February 4th, it was shortly under that. Who's doing this? Why are you doing this? I thought you guys were just going to release them and let them be. No. So every day there's a couple hundred less. And I think if you go on there now, there's another 100 less today. So why is that happening? That's weird. Why are we doing this? Let's try a look. Okay, so this is the actual screenshot from the library. You can see the numbers line up here. Yeah, it's pretty disturbing. Pretty disturbing that they're able to do this. When a lot of them were saying, we're done with this. We're done with the files. Let them be. Let's move on. Well, they're not moving on. Apparently, they're still going in there and messing with stuff. All right. This is just a screenshot from a 1972 party, Rothschild party. This is the type of stuff depicted in Stanley Kubrick films. There's a little bit of that in The Shining, if you guys remember The Shining. Eyes Wide Shut. We did it. We told you guys about Eyes Wide Shut and the stuff Stanley Kubrick was forbidden to show in the film. And they let him know what happens. What happens to you when you go too deep and put too much stuff on the screen that you're not supposed to show people. Stanley Kubrick might have paid the price for that. But this is clearly Jeffrey Epstein telling Peter Thiel, the Palantir CEO, the Palantir genius who Jeffrey Epstein just elevated 10 years ago and said, ex-Israel prime minister, invest in this guy, invest in Peter Thiel. He's the genius Silicon Valley dude. So he's letting Peter Thiel know, as you probably know, I represent the Rothschilds. And this tweet is now gone. But good thing we screenshot it, right? It's a good thing we screenshot it. A lot of people grabbed this one. This is good. This is good. All right. I mean, it's just another example of one that was removed. Let's look at, yeah, this one's in. I mean, there's so much here. There's so much to go through. But again, I want to say how much we appreciate the work others are doing. We can't do this alone. Nobody can do this alone. It takes a village, right? It takes a village. Here is a little more. This is from Lord Bebo. Adrienne de Rothschild, a French banker from the Rothschilds family, shared with Epstein that her family supported Hitler in mass destruction to gain more power. Well, that sounds really twisted. That's some twisted shit, right, guys? And also asked if he got her video with white girls. Ooh, there it is. Did you get my video with the white girls? I know it's true, blah, blah, blah. Rothschilds, regardless, yeah, used to say that Rothschilds plus planned and plus supported Hitler in mass destruction to gain more power. Wow. And there she is. There she is. Good thing we're taking screenshots, because this is the stuff that they go, Maybe we should take that off. Maybe we should take that off. Right? Here's a breakdown. I guess this is from the original that broke this story on the files that are in real time right now, are being removed from the Epstein list right now. They're just like removing.
Justice Epstein Archive is deleting documents mentioning the Rothschilds. So on February 1st, when you type in Rothschild, you would get 12,073 results. On February 3rd, you typed in the Rothschilds, you get 11,912 results. And today, well, yesterday now, if you typed in, you get 11,860 results. You have any thoughts on this, Shane?
Yeah, I do. It's disgusting. I don't understand why transparency is so hard. Why people can't be held accountable for the sins that they've committed against the human race.
This is a great question. And I do want to say, appreciate the coverage here that these guys did. Originally, it was, I just wanted to make sure we gave the right. Yeah, we did give the right credit on this. It was from, Red Panda Koala. Good work on this. Good work on this, guys. But let's look a little closer at the party scene. We talked about the 1972 Rothschild events. This is again the Kubrick, very weird stuff. Let's take a look at that right now. Okay. We got that right here. Okay. So this is from the Storm Defender. So the Rothschild, they held a surrealist ball in 1972. And just to clarify, the Rothschilds are an old banking family. They've been pulling strings and financing wars since at least the Napoleonic era. And this is the essential family amongst others that are responsible for the Federal Reserve privatizing our banking system. This is the thing that Hitler fought against when he first came into power. We don't learn about that that's weird, right? We don't learn about that he was battling the privatization of banks in Germany, and the people had his back on that. And that's how he got into power. Wow. Imagine that they left that part out. It's so bizarre, right? So bizarre. We don't hear that part. So these are the people he was fighting originally. We know things went south after that, but it's interesting we don't learn about the origins. Oh, that's right. We're told in school. What are we told? All of us, Germany's going along just like everyone else. All of a sudden, for a 10-year period, they became the most hateful, most horrible, deplorable people ever to exist. Nazis were the worst human beings ever to exist of all time, ever before, and more importantly, ever since. There'll never be another people as horrible as the Nazis. That's what we were taught, right? You remember? For 10 years. And then all of a sudden, poof, they were back to normal. We don't learn about anything about how you sell a message. We don't learn about fear. We don't learn about controlling narratives. We don't learn about any of that. We just think people just automatically hate people for no reason. And guess what? We're living through that again right now. The idea that people just wake up and just hate somebody for no reason until they don't, until it's convenient for them not to, as far as history is concerned. So, but we'll talk the history discussion and the education system narrative. That's another story. We'll get to, we'll do more of that. But for now, why don't we check out a little bit of the video? Let's look at a little bit of what we call this Rothschild. This is just a collection of footage from the 1972 party, infamous party Stanley Kubrick depicts in The Shining and in Eyes Wide Shut, his final film, unfortunately. There it is. There it is. All right. Okay. So we'll obviously keep an eye on this. We have more Epstein to cover with you guys later in the show. But yeah, there you go. Number 2 story. All right. Time for what we call for top censored news of the week. Time for the number 1 story. This one definitely slipped by. It deserves a little attention. I think this deserves a little attention. Wouldn't you say? Coming in at number 1, top censored news of the week. Israel attacks Rafah, destroying their water supply while burning families alive in tents. Nobody noticed. And that's a little harsh to say nobody noticed. Obviously, people are doing the work. They're doing the investigation, but the media doesn't allow this story to get out because they already told. What did they already tell everyone? We got a ceasefire. What else do they tell everyone? We have a Gaza peace plan, right? We have a peace deal. We have a board of peace in Davos put together, all good to go. Everyone's happy now. Palestinians are just so excited that President Trump came in and did this. And this is all the media. All the media is guilty of this. All of them. Why would they do that? Why would the media that's positioned to do Trump sucks for 10 years can't find it in them to do a Trump sucks? This is not a peace deal. Why can't they do that story? It's very weird. Or is it weird? It might not be that weird. Once you look a little closer, might not be that weird. But let's look at the first part of this. The attack on Rafah. So Israeli troops, they blew up a Morag water station today, which according to Gaza's water utility supplied water to roughly a third of Rafah's residents prior to the war. So soldiers captioned it. Now this video, I'm going to play the video for you guys. They captioned it in Hebrew. We specialize in paint jobs and small renovations. Details on DM. These are the IDF psychopaths that are bragging, as they've been bragging the whole time, the whole way through this genocide. They've been bragging about what they do and posting it on their social media and getting followers and likes and shares. That's what they've been doing. This is them attacking the water supply. Now remember, 1/3 of the residents were were dependent on this water prior to the war. So let's assume the 1/3, it's not going to get any less because everybody migrated down to the southern part of Gaza. And you've only increased those numbers of people dependent on the same water supply. So you can only imagine, out of the people remaining that have not starved to death or haven't had their limbs and heads blown off, completely dependent on the water. And this had to happen this week. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And to add insult to injury, on top of blowing up the water supply, of course, they had to attack tents with families in them that are just trying to survive. Here they are, blowing up those tents with families inside, burned alive.
غارة تستهدف مخيم غيث في مواصل خان يونس. الآن الطيران الحربي.
That's it. There it is. There it is. Not being reported. It messes with the heads of MAGA voters. It messes with the heads. It even messes with the heads of blue no matter who voters, because they were also told that on the world stage that there was a plan happening, that we were solving this, that we got to the end of this, that we're no longer letting Netanyahu control all of our movement, everything we decide, all the money we send, the unlimited checkbook, as RFK Jr. once told us after October 7th. It's a blank check to Netanyahu. So everybody was told that this isn't happening anymore. And that's why we're not seeing it. You know, we're seeing this, right? This is the big news from Davos, remember? So what is the peace plan if it's not at least not doing that? Like, what is the plan? The Board of Peace plan. Well, we know the Board of Peace plan. This is all put together by Jared Kushner, right? Steve Witkoff. They told us this was a master plan in place for 2 years. So, and they told us this last October. So if you do the math, we told you guys, if you do the math, the master plan started right around October 7th, maybe just a little before that. That would be interesting if they had come up with it right before October 7th. So now that we know about the Epstein drop and we know that Jared Kushner actually is the Mossad agent rep from Israel that was put in place to actually do our foreign policy, we know that Trump has no choice but to go along with it. I'm not relieving his blame. I'm saying there's a mechanism in place that says this is just a financial opportunity to put investors, venture capitalists. The Jeffrey Epstein plan is making billions of dollars off of murdering people. So that's what this is. So of course you're going to keep murdering people while you put all the venture capitalists together and do the Gaza peace plan. And Jared Kushner is doing this. And he probably would have rather that Steve Witkoff did not reveal the plan on 60 Minutes that one time, because he was like, what are you doing, dude? You're not supposed to say that shit. But you know what? We're in a new time, guys. We're in a new time where saying the quiet part out loud isn't just something that they kind of get away with. And it's like a little bump in the road for them if they accidentally say the quiet part out loud. We're beyond them just having a little bump in the road and brushing off, you get up, brush yourself off and keep going. No, we're in a time where there's celebration involved. There's a badge of honor that you wear when you're in a position of being an elite, and you intentionally say the quiet part out loud. They're telling us about exactly what they're doing out loud, and they're mocking us because we can't do anything about it. That's where we're at. They're telling us, and this is why we talked about the files being dropped. And that's exactly what they wanted us to see. So let's not look into it. No, yes, half right. Yes, that's exactly what they wanted us to see. But they're telling us the crimes. It's right there. So we have to do something about it. We have to scream this at the top of our lungs. We're not going to just give up and become nihilists here. We're going to keep yelling about it. So master plan here. This is the deal. Anybody that you know in your arena that's telling you, oh no, that ceasefire happened, it's good. You just tell them this, show them this. That's where we're at. Okay. So there you go, guys. The media is not telling you these stories. That's why we're here, to bring you top censored news of the week. Okay, let's reset here, guys. Oh, I got a read on our next. Let's see what else. Yes. We have. Yes. Okay, we do have a few of you guys on Rumble. You're still, Thank you guys. I wanted to give another shout out to Do Dissidents and the Rumble raid guys. Very cool having you. Very awesome. Let's we do have some Rumble rants. We also have some. Let me throw these up now. We actually do have a super chat over on our YouTube page. Oh wow, look at this. Thank you for this, citizen. Pull the comment below, Matt, because YouTube is hell-bent on censoring super chats. They're censoring super chats? I thought that was the one way we got by it. I really thought that was the one way we got by it. I'm not even seeing the comment. It's not coming up. I'm seeing this. I'm seeing the super chat. I'm not seeing the comments. And let me take another look here. That is awful. I don't know why that's happening. This is pretty bad. Okay, I'm checking the other stream here, and I'm not even seeing the comment. Okay. I see another. Okay, I see your other super chat before this. Okay. Thank you for this. And this is awesome. You did it when we were covering the Bob Kraft story, Robert Kraft. You can't make this shit up. Thanks so much, Citizen. And this is the Super Bowl commercial being aired this Sunday. But I'm not seeing the one you're saying is being censored, obviously, because it's being censored. That's why I can't see it. So keep trying. Keep trying. We do appreciate you. Let's see what's going on our Rumble. See if we got any. And again, guys, thanks for joining us on the from over on Due Dissidence. I do see this super chat. Yeah, no, it's called a Rumble rant over here from Long Meadow. Let me go ahead and post this one because they don't let me share that one here. So this is from Long Meadow. Thank you for the Rumble rant. And for always tuning in when you can. Thanks, Long Meadow. The Epstein to Thiel email Rothschild mentioned that you just showed reveals something many have overlooked. Epstein also mentions he will be in Europe 2020 to 2028. IMO, Epstein is alive. That's another rabbit hole that we need to go down. We need to go down the eyewitnesses that were one in the jail that said he got escorted out the night before the suicide. We need to look at, there was another witness in a truck that saw the truck camera when he was first brought into the jail that said he was switched out. So there's two eyewitnesses, kind of conflicting stories. So I think one of them might be more accurate than the other, but there's certainly, this is the stuff clearly is not going to be covered on mainstream. Clearly. But we have what we have to work with. We'll keep at it. But yes, appreciate that. The Rumble rant and the super chats, guys. Stay with us here. We'll be right back with our next story. A lot more to come. A lot more on the Epstein stuff. Not to mention Iran, China. We got updates on ICE protests and what's happening here in our country. We also have other shows coming up as well. We got Loudest Voice of the Week later on as well. Okay, guys, we'll be right back. This is The Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Go get you guys bathroom break, grab a drink. We'll see you right back here in 2.5, we'll say. Okay. All right, here we go, guys. We're back. Welcome, everyone, back to The Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. We're bringing you a non-tribal approach to news. We are here another few hours with you guys. We appreciate everyone that's come on board. Don't forget to hit the like, the subscribe. If you're over here from Due Dissidence, welcome. We love you guys. And shout out to our mods, Bonzo Beans, and the rest of you guys, and everybody watching on YouTube. It sounds like we've been having some censorship issues again on YouTube. We appreciate the heads up from our loyal viewers letting us know that there's a super chat problem happening, or at least some of the comments are not being able to come in, some sort of block going on. That's very concerning because this channel we've been working really hard on this year. It's only 1 year old. Yeah, you guys, if you want to bring up, sometimes one of the tricks is if you can help us out, you can bring up multiple windows, put one of them on mute. That works. We do that. Sometimes we help each other out with that. So if you're on Rumble, and I know we got a lot of people watching on Rumble now, open up another window. Do me a favor, open up another window, put it on mute, go to YouTube just so it's there. It helps us battle this stuff right now. It's really important. If you can do it. If you can't, if you're in front of a big screen, if you're on your cell phone, don't worry about it. I know it can get complicated, but if you have an ability to do multiple screens on a desktop, if you happen to be, positioned in a place to do that, yeah, go to it's THL present and just throw it on. It helps us really a lot, and throwing up a like and stuff really helps us out. So really appreciate that, and we'll figure out what's happening there on YouTube, because again, we've been having a good run there this year. We've only been up a year since they took our last channel down, and it's been going much better than the first time. The first time when they pulled the plug on us, we just gotten started, and we didn't even have any. We were just starting to get shoot off, and they were like, nope. Sorry, guys, can't talk about you're doing medical misinformation. That's what they told us. It was really sucky, but we just kept at it, and we started the new channel. So I hope we're okay. I hope it's not just some weird bump in the road. I mean, I hope it's just a bump in the road and nothing bigger than that. But let's go ahead. We're gonna have Jay Scott in, I don't think, for a little bit. So what we're gonna do is we're going to start we're going to start going down a little bit of the rabbit hole of Epstein, the files. We started the conversation on Tuesday. We actually got a little heated, me and Craig, friendly debate, friendly discourse, which is good. You guys should have that sometime. We shouldn't just be an echo chamber all the time here. So we did do that as far as getting into the why are they doing this, the timing, why is this happening? Are they just playing us on each other? Those are great questions. But and this is what I told Craig on Tuesday, let's just do the work and look at the stuff. And we can also have that conversation. We can do both. We can do both at the same time. Hey, Citizen, thank you for the another super chat. Don't sweat it, Matt. YouTube can't stop the storm. I love it. I love it. Thank you. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. I think we're ready for this. Let's go ahead and get on this. And when Jay's ready to come in, we'll just throw him right into the conversation whenever he's ready. That should be fine. Yeah, let's just go for it. Here we go. All right. Epstein files. You know the drill. It's time to get into team sports once again. Time to get with your tribe and do the thing that your tribe leaders are telling you to do, telling you who to be mad at. And why is that important? Because who they're telling you to be mad at is going to distract you from who you really should be mad at. But let's start with this part, just to refresh you. This is Todd Blanche. Right after he announced the 3 million files dump, he was asked a very important question. He didn't answer it very well, and he hasn't had to account for it since. So let's look at this. This is actually a reporter asking a pretty important question after he gave his little opening. And by the way, in the opening, and we covered this on Tuesday, he says death, physical injury, or abuse. We did not produce that. So he's admitting that there is videos, there's actual evidence of death, physical injury, and abuse, and he's not doing anything about that because apparently the evidence doesn't allow him to. So of course he was asked a follow-up question, which is a question we all had, and this reporter did it. Let's see how Todd Blanche handled that question. Here we go.
You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files. So just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Well, I mean, they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's.
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute.
Well, that's exactly what you're doing, because the redacted names are on every single damn email that a criminal that is literally referencing crimes, whether it's I love the torture video or whatever it is, those are the blacked out names. You intentionally black those out. So it's not a conspiracy to say you're hiding that information. You're covering for pedophiles. You're covering for people that you are supposed to cover for. That's your job. So bad way to answer the question. Bad way to answer the question. But yeah, go on.
That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women. If we learn about information.
No, you do know. We all know because it's in the files. You just blacked out their names. It's all in there. It's all in there. And you blacked out their names. If you learn about it, what? If you learn about it, what, Todd? What?
Evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But
if we learn about evidence that allows us to prosecute them, that allows us to, and I said this on Garland Nixon's show yesterday, I don't believe he's talking about the evidence allowing. I think he's talking about his handlers. His handlers are going to tell him whether he's allowed to prosecute, which he already knows the answer. He's not. He's not. But if they happen to change their mind and say, yes, you can, then we will. That's what he's saying. He's saying, I'm not allowed to. They're not allowed. The evidence doesn't allow me to. The people running the shit. It's not me. I'm not in charge of anything. The people running it If they decide we can prosecute someone, we'll do that. And every once in a while they do. They let us slap P. Diddy on the wrist a few times, right? Throw Harvey Weinstein in a cell a little bit. There's certainly punishments. Jeffrey Epstein had to be taken out. Obviously, Robert Maxwell had to be taken out. So there's people that they will allow to take the fall. But in this case, he's saying, no, they're not really allowing us to. That's what he means by allowed. Just so you know, that's what he means. That's what he means. Okay, so let's get to, well, first, before we get to the deflecting and maneuvering, just a reminder who's responsible for getting us this far, and that's Thomas Massie. If you're reading the Epstein files now, it's because I'm in Congress and fighting. I like that. This guy's been a humble dude. And every once in a while, from a humble dude, you just want one little acknowledgement of the work you're doing. I like that. This guy he's not a bragger. He's the opposite of Trump, complete opposite of Trump. This guy totally has integrity, courage, all these things. And I like that Massie gave himself a pat on the back. It's because I'm in Congress, and it's not even just a pat on his own back. He's acknowledging that it took a team. It's not just him. He's saying, I'm not taking all the credit. It's going to Ro Khanna. It's going to Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Nancy Mace, which I didn't realize had done so much. And I went and looked at that. I don't have time to show you guys them, but look them up. If you weren't sure on what Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace were doing, they were also integral in this. And then Ro Khanna, look, he's the one Democrat. That's awesome. But a lot of them are not 100% going crazy at this like we are. Obviously, they have to, kind of step cautiously, but they're doing the right thing, and that's why he's acknowledging those people. So let's just remember that generally we don't have anybody fighting for us, but every once in a while we'll get a couple people like these, which need to be acknowledged, that are actually pushing this. But I also agree, I agree with Craig Pasta that, there's the power class also is the ones agreeing to put this out. So it's a game. We're playing a game. They're playing a game with us. We have to play along. We have to play the game. If we don't play the game, they get to win. We basically forfeit. So we have to play it right back and get on that battlefield with them and say, we're smarter than you think we are. You think you're so effing cool that you can tell us your crimes out loud and that we can't do anything about it because we're either too stupid, too distracted, too confused, mad at the wrong thing. And if we yell about it, that you can come after our character, come after our channels, criminalize us. You think you can do all that. Well, we're going to try and be a little smarter than you think we are. That's why we do the work. Okay. Let's move to the next thing. So we have deflection. Obviously, we have Trump deflecting. He's good. He's good. Watch this. You guys haven't seen this, the Caitlin Collins deflection that he does. We're going to break this one down. But yeah, he came to play. Trump's playing a game. And he's pretty, I got to say, he's pretty good. It's disgusting, but he's pretty good at it. Let's see his little maneuver here.
To get onto something else, really. Now that nothing came out about me, other than it was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile in your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you. Okay, go ahead.
You mentioned health care.
Wow. So the fake news routine, which he used to get in, remember the fake news routine he used in 2015 was pretty accurate at the time. Pretty accurate. And that's why it stuck. It was good. It was a good line. It made sense. He was an outsider coming in saying, all you are guilty. And now fast forward, here we are 10 years later, because he started that in 2015. That was good. That got people's attention. They're like, ooh, this privileged white rich dude is saying we're all in, everyone's all in on it. And the media is guilty of fake news. And he used it, and he used it, and he used it. And now, fast forward to, over a decade since then, and he's using it on behalf of the thing that he was fighting, right? They call it the deep state, the power class, whatever it was. He was fighting it. This line is now being used to protect it. And if you're a MAGA voter, you should recognize this. This is not the same Trump from 2015. Not at all. The exact opposite. How can you call a question about the victims of rape and torture and the worst thing you can possibly imagine of these survivors? How could you use that moment as the time you say you need to smile? How dare you not smile? And then say fake news. You're saying fake news. It's not fake news to ask a question, a good question, an important question. Did he slip? Did he goof here? Is he trembling? No. And let's give him the credit. I look, I'm not saying he's doing 5-6D chess here. What I'm saying, he knows what works. And that's how you get out of it. And he probably prepared that. That's Trump prepared. He's not always prepared, but he was prepared for this. He knows how to make it personal. And then here's his little henchman, his little technocrat henchman who was assigned as his VP, going on with Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly, who's also a pawn, a tool, gets things right about, I used to say 50% of the time. She's down to about 5%. Megyn Kelly's right now 5% of the time. She used to be 50%. Now she's 5%. Here she is, allowing JD Vance to egg this behavior on with not even a pushback, but a validation from another woman who's been through this, who understands the news industry. Because we all saw her movie about her and Roger Ailes, the blonde movie, whatever the hell that was. So this is the moment that qualifies to the base that this is totally acceptable behavior and deflecting the entire thing. Here it is.
I mean, like, there was a moment in the Oval Office, I wasn't even in there, but, I was in the West Wing, and somebody sent me where he was talking to Caitlin Collins, who's the CNN anchor. And I have, like, a decent relationship with Caitlin Collins, which is unusual given that she's from CNN. But the president, she's asking a question. The president says, "Why don't you ever smile?"
Yeah.
And it's actually, like, so perceptive. Even if you're asking a tough question, even if you take your job very seriously, like, why does it always have to be so antagonistic?
Well, I laughed because I saw online everybody was calling him sexist for saying that. And I literally said the same thing about Caitlin Collins a year ago on my show. She never.
So she laughed. Megyn Kelly laughed because, I was told by a rapist psychopath who ran Fox News that I needed to smile. She also, you know what else Roger Ailes told her? Oh, wait, let's get to the rest of the clip, and then we'll say it.
Never smiles. Every once in a while, you have to smile. Roger Ailes used to tell us that. Every once in a while, you get remember to smile, show the viewers that you have a heart.
Have some fun.
Have some fun. Roger Ailes used to tell me to smile. Roger Ailes also used to tell her to hike her skirt up and be a little more sexy and get a little more cleavage, too. So, yeah, I'm remembering the good old days with Mr. Roger Ailes. Oh, he was my good friend, mentor, told me how to be a woman on camera. Literally laughing about this, about a question about victims being protected and actually not being protected intentionally. I know you've heard people like Ro Khanna. Again, I know Ro Khanna's on the right side, but he's saying it was an accident. He's giving the benefit of the doubt. They accidentally did not retract the names of the victims, the addresses they used to live at. All their information is in the files. And there's people who think that was an accident. It wasn't an accident. It was on purpose. It was a put you in your place. This is what you get. We're going to protect the pedophiles. We're not going to protect the victims. But again, even if that was an accident, you're laughing about the question. You're laughing about Caitlin Collins choosing not to smile. This is the one time Caitlin Collins is doing her job, not doing fake news. CNN usually is fake news. You choose now. Of course, but Megyn Kelly also told us that there's a difference between having sex with a 15-year-old and having sex with a 5-year-old. She's told us that too. And you don't say having. By the way, she uses that language, not us. That's molestation. That is rape. Having sex. We even say those words. Having sex with a 5-year-old. That's not a thing. It doesn't exist. It's called rape. Period. It's also definition of rape for a 15-year-old. By the way, they're having sex, making love. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Megyn Kelly, who also is applauding blowing up innocent people in the Caribbean. Get him, Trump. Right? Get him, Hexeth. Double tap that shit. Pow, pow. There's your Megyn Kelly, guys. I used to say 50% right on things. No, she's down to, you know what? I'm going to reassess. I said 5. I'm going to go down to 1% time she's right. 1%. The one time she said, maybe Charlie Kirk was onto something about Israel. Oh, God. Sorry. I didn't mean to say it. I'm going back to my shit. I don't want to be threatened anymore. Yeah. Good job on that. So deflection is the game of the game now, guys. Deflection is the name of the game. Here is, and it's worse because Trump is playing a more advanced game. I'm not going to say 5D, 6D chess, but let's just call it chess. Let's just call it one-dimensional chess. That's what he's doing here when he keeps maneuvering around the Bill Clinton issue. It's really, really bizarre because he keeps going from I'm friends with Clinton to go talk to Bill Clinton, not me, to I feel bad for him being talked to. It's very genius manipulation he's doing here. No, not genius, but let's just say 1D chess.
Did he get onto something else?
Wait, wrong one. Here we go. This is it. This is the Clinton one. Here we go.
NBC News broke the story today. I don't know if you saw it, that the Democrats are already saying if you bring President Bill Clinton and he has to testify, we're bringing President Trump. What do you say to that?
I think they might say that, but they've already brought me. See, I've been brought. They had me indicted many times. Many times.
And the president had some surprising thoughts about former President Bill Clinton.
It bothers me that somebody's going after Bill Clinton. See, I like Bill Clinton. I still like Bill Clinton.
What do you like about him?
I liked his behavior toward me.
I like that he likes me. I don't like anything about him as a person other than me. Yeah, but he's quick on his feet.
I thought he got me. He understood me. He was the one that said very famously that you don't want to run against Trump when there were 18 people. There was 18 people, including me, total. And he kept telling them, you don't want to run against Trump. Run against anyone. Don't run against Trump. And Hillary sort of laughed at him.
There it is. So this is the game he's playing, back and forth, confusing people about this incident, this relationship with Clinton and whether or not he should be talked to about the files, who he's also calling a Democratic hoax, but also saying Bill Clinton needs to be talked to, and then saying, why are you talking to him? So it's just the confusion thing. And we talked about this on Tuesday with Craig Mossad. There's certainly a level of confusion attempt to make the viewer, if you are a pro-Trump or an anti-Trump, to make you really just kind of be confused of where to be positioned right now on the Clinton issue. Because Hillary and Bill are going to have to testify. Now, how much of that's going to be real? Obviously, we're not going to get any questions. Hillary will never be asked under oath ever about Pizzagate. That'll never happen. We know that. But again, this is about confusion and just throwing stuff out at people and people that if you're used to checking in with your tribe, again, if you're used to tribal politics, you're going to have a hard time maneuvering right now. If you're starting to see that this is a game and they're all in on it. And when they said, what do you like about Clinton? He really does like the guy. Like they literally are on the same team. That's the big reveal that a lot of people don't understand. If you're super pro or super anti-Trump, you don't get that part, that they're actually working together and they always have been. And that's it. They protect each other because they're all in the club together. That's that. But make no mistake about Trump's compromise. This is the thing we should be talking about at the top of our lungs. This is from the moment this dropped, January 30th. This is DD Geopolitics nailed this, because this is the quote that needs to come right out of the files. The most important part: Trump has been compromised by Israel, and Kushner is the real brains behind the presidency. And this is based on unclassified FBI confidential human sourced, but the report alleges that Trump's presidency was co-opted by Israeli influence networks, with Jared Kushner functioning as the central power broker during Trump's first term, And the CHS report comes from an FBI validated informant, giving it a higher credibility threshold than standard intelligent claims. That's a fact. That's a fact. And the document, which is attached here, is basically showing you the entire alleged financial, political, and organizational influence channels that states that Trump was compromised with Kushner, described as the real operational center of the administration. And then just a piece of it. I don't know if I can blow it up from here, but you guys know this is actually sourced. It's not just interpretations. This is actually what's in there. And this is the stuff we should really be talking about. Well, what are they actually talking about on CNN? What are they actually talking about right now? I think CNN is in the camp of, you know what? Let's just get over it. We should be over this. This is the yawn moment for the CNN audience. Here we go.
Know that until we have the evidence.
I'm saying so far there has been no evidence of that. I'm looking through all of the documents, and so far there is still no evidence. I'm open to it. If you listen to me, I just feel like it's like the obsession. I mean, bringing the Clintons in, it's ridiculous.
Right,
but it is ridiculous.
Donald Trump. You just said you agree with Donald Trump. You just said you agree with Donald Trump.
I'm saying it's time to move on. And
I think it's interesting. You want to move on from this, but not from ballots in Fulton County from 6 years ago.
I
and I will
also
say that
literally said I am not interested in that story at all.
I'm not interested in that story at all. That's her deflection. No, she is. She was interested in the election story for sure. But so she's they're trying to get her on the hypocritical element, which again, I tell you guys what a hard job that is. What a hard job it is sitting around that table, right? And having to like get angry about one thing and then keep your mouth shut about another. So then they all try to call each other on it, and then makes it for good popcorn television. But the reality is nobody at that table is authentically, honestly, courageously calling out everything. They're there to just make one little point here and one little point there. That's how it works. You guys know. We don't have to spend too much time on this part, but this is the getting over it thing. The thing that Trump said right away when he said, this thing's boring. We're done with it. Why can't we talk about other things? You know who else is doing that now? Elon is doing that. Look at that. He's reposting. Katie Miller says the Epstein files is a Democratic hoax perpetrated on the American people. All of a sudden, Elon says it's a Democratic hoax. That's weird. Fred Lambert says, yo, Elon went from no one is pushing for the files to be released more than me to it's a liberal hoax. He did that in 4 days. Way to timestamp that. That's accurate. That's accurate. So aside from it's boring and it's a Democratic hoax and why can't Caitlin Collins smile and let's see all the other great things Trump's doing and then the Dems saying this is all about covering for Trump, nothing else. The Dems have been actively working on this for years when they haven't. So aside from all that garbage, what is the other thing? And you guys know we covered this on what we do Real Fake News Update on Tuesday, and Caitlin Johnson was the first to gather these up and say the Western press, what they're doing now is they're trying to spin Epstein as the Russian agent. We have the Telegraph doing it. We have the Sun doing it. We have the Daily Mail doing it. This is the whole Russia girls, this whole flying them in with Epstein, and that's a honeypot, and it's all a plot, it's all a ploy, this whole thing. So this is the kind of crap they're throwing out there, and it's not just these publications, these shitty ass publications. It's also the UK Parliament. They're going for it too. Check this out. This is insane. The narrative that the whole reveal, the big reveal of the week was Epstein is a Russian asset. Wow.
Government think Epstein may have been spying for Vladimir Putin. Is the Prime Minister concerned that Peter Mandelson may have been leaking state secrets, not just to a paedophile American financier, but also a Russian agent?
Well, Mr. Speaker, he talks of a public inquiry. Obviously, the focus now has to be on the criminal investigation which has started. As he knows, that investigation will go wherever the evidence leads it, and I've made it absolutely clear that the government will cooperate, as he would expect, with that criminal investigation wherever it goes.
Wow. And there it is. And the not just the American people, but you see European audiences as well, Western audiences watching Western media propaganda. We've been watching the Trump Putin puppet Russiagate crap for so many years. We've been watching Russia is our worst enemy. Putin's trying to take over the world. We gotta all put Ukraine flags in our socials. So this whole thing has been in the works for years. So a lot of the American people and European countries, the people are already conditioned for this Russian asset. So this line of BS is going to work on a lot of people, hence creating more confusion, more divide, more checking in with your tribe and tell you who to be mad at and why. Oh, this is why Trump was trying to hold on to the files, and the Dems wanted to reveal it because it's been a Russian problem the whole time, right? Russia's taking over our elections, all that. If you look closer in the files, you'll see that one other thing that was discovered was that you had Marco Rubio being the sole funder and the initiator of, what do we have? The Steele dossier. So that's the irony there. The irony is that the inside game about who was going to be elevated, they had to create this narrative that it wasn't just Hillary Clinton working on that and funding that, and the FBI scam about lining Trump with Putin and saying he's a Russian asset, which by the way would make him a criminal, punishable by death when you're a spy, when you're you're compromised by a foreign entity, and those are the accusations that we all lived through, and all turned out to be a hoax. So that's the irony. You can't make this stuff up, guys. This is absolutely, it's more than ironic. It's disturbingly disgusting. They think they can get away with it, and like I said, it looks like they just might. Well, for some people, they might. Okay. More on Epstein. We're going to keep it going. And then hopefully Jay will be ready to come in soon because we got some other stories to cover as well. And thank you guys for all the engagement on the chat. We'll have talking back with Nurse Leslie coming up later in the show, which will be awesome because we want to talk directly to you guys for sure. So let me go ahead and set up. We have some more Epstein stuff to get into. And let's do this because it's all connected, guys. It's all connected. Okay, here's what we got. Yeah, more maneuvering happening, guys. More deflection, more confusion. The people in power, they seem to be squirming. Or are they? Or were they expecting to have to do this? Well, let's start with one. We covered him earlier, the Bill Gates situation. Now, look, putting out there that Bill Gates got an STD and hid it from Melinda, and then begged Jeffrey Epstein to get some medication that he could slip to her, and then she won't know that he contacted it on the island. That's the distraction. You guys know that's a distraction. That's not the thing that we should be angry at Bill Gates about. And we covered this on the last show, but you guys know this. I'll put this back up here. This is the paper trail of Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein goes way before the STD. That's peanuts. What this is telling us that preparing for the pandemic started as early as 2015. That's when they started talking. That's when the emails started. That's when this is the investment, the BioNTech investment that happened in 2018. But there was a 2018, 2019. He made a killing off of it. So we know all this. We've covered this timeline. But this is when the emails originated. When he says at the bottom here, you can say, I hope we can pull this off. He's talking about putting together a pandemic meeting, a pandemic planning board as early. And we never knew. We knew about Event 201. We didn't know it dated this far back. This is it. So and then we see that the COVID crisis, we understand that there's something weird going on in Israel. It was weird, right? Because they had like a 99% sign up rate for the vax, but yet they were the only. We couldn't find really any other area in the planet that didn't have fertility rates drop. They're the only ones where it rose. It's weird. where everywhere else on the planet had lower fertility. Well, why would that happen in Israel? It's so bizarre. I'm not saying anything here, but I do know that there's this syringe trophy in Netanyahu's office that he shows off to people. He says, we did it. We got through COVID, but we did something. We did something very very bold. And we're gonna celebrate it in a trophy. You guys don't even know what we're talking about, do you? You don't even know what we did. You don't even know what we did. But one thing we do know is that we were there with Bill Gates in 2015, planning the strategy of what we were going to do. That's what we know. So those are the conversations we should be having. Unfortunately, Bill Gates, well, he's I don't know if this is squirming, but he had to set the record straight. This is him trying to get out of the email, which I know it said, if I won't bring it up again, but you guys saw the email going around where it said it didn't necessarily go to Bill Gates, or Jeffrey Epstein sent it to himself, not to Bill Gates. So he's trying to get out of it with this.
Apparently, Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I, apologize that I did that. It's factually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
Wow. So this is, again, the fact that you have to stutter through this, but I don't know if he's actually nervous. He stutters all the time anyways. He stutters when he does TED Talks, talking about how we can reduce the population. He's always stuttering. He's always doing little weird hand gestures. So I'm not even convinced that he's nervous here at all. He is a sociopath, and sociopaths generally have to fake emotion. But that's interesting when he does smile. He tends to smile when he goes on Stephen Colbert and tells him back during the lockdown, he goes, "Oh, you think this is bad? Wait till the next one. It's going to be even worse." And Colbert's like, "Really? God, this was pretty bad. Oh yeah, wait till we tell you what we have next." Ha ha ha. So I don't know where all that behavior comes from. When the sociopath again has to fake behavior a lot and pretend to have human emotions. But let's look at some of the other psychopaths and how they respond. This is Alan Dershowitz maneuvering a playbook of any suspicion, anyone calling out Epstein and the link to the Mossad must. The only way to describe it is they hate Jews. That has to be the thing, and they need to condemn Hamas. This is Alan Dershowitz, the actual lawyer for Epstein, the actual lawyer for Israel, who's in the files, is going to tell you that you have a problem. If you have a problem with Epstein and the rape and the torture of children and women, if you have a problem with that, you're a Hamas supporter and you hate Jews.
I do want to make is that I understand all the feminist groups and the radicals who think this is the worst thing in the world, that anybody ever had any contact with Jeffrey Epstein. Where are all those radical feminists when it comes to the Hamas rapes of young Jewish girls, sexual abuse, beheadings? They are quiet. They are silent. The incredible hypocrisy of the Me Too movement. Me Too, except if you're a Jew. And I want to have a list of all the radical feminists who are pushing hard, and I understand that, to get all these names revealed. And I want to know how many of them have ever actually condemned Hamas for the rapes that we now know occurred and the murders that occurred. How many have been silent, and how many, like the National Lawyers Guild, have actually approved of what Hamas did?
How many of the condemned Hamas? You know what? F you, dude. F you. And the condemning a resistance that you have the right to resist an illegal occupation. F you, man. How dare you? You're trying to make this a Me Too thing? This has nothing to do with Me Too. This has to do with a massive cover-up and victims being shamed and smeared and identities being revealed while the criminals themselves, the attackers, the rapists, the pedophiles, they get protected. How dare you mother effer. Oh my God.
So let's put this in context. I'm thrilled that all these papers have come out. I urged them. I went to court. I asked for everything to come out because I knew that I had done nothing wrong. And
okay, so that's a technique. Do not fall for that, guys. That's a technique. I urge them all to come out. That's a technique. Do not fall for that. By the way, we're hearing Bill and Hillary are saying the same thing right now. And a lot of people in the Dem circles are saying, Bill and Hillary are saying they want them all out. So this is a technique. This is the same thing. This is what you do. This is what Congress people do when they're voting on a bill that they know will never pass. They can virtue signal and say, I voted for it to pass, knowing that it won't. So you can say, I did. Right? Same technique. I vote, you release them all. I said I want them all out. I said it, knowing that they won't come out. Come on, guys. Do not fall for that. I know the Fox News audience is falling for that because he didn't. I mean, and they're, you know what? The Fox News audience is falling for the, why didn't the victims of Epstein condemn Hamas? So they're falling for all of it. But that technique is not just being used by Dershowitz and Fox News people. That's being used by the Dems right now too. Make no mistake. That is the technique, right? I vote for them all to come out. My vote is in. Oh, that must mean you're innocent. Oh, thanks for telling us. What a courageous dude. Elon voted too, right? Elon voted for them to come out. He didn't know it was gonna F him up the way it did. So he quickly changed. But yeah, I want them all out.
And the papers would exculpate me. What I only worry about is that maybe the judges withheld certain documents. I want to make sure every single document comes out, including the documents that cast doubt on the credibility of some of the accusers and some of the accused. The public has the right to see everything and make their own judgment. We do not go to the country at guilt by accusation, but guilt by association.
Thank you, lawyer, for Epstein. Thank you, lawyer, for Israel. Thank you, pedophile. Thank you, Israel first. F you if you're against genocide. F you if you're against rape of children. Thank you for setting the record straight on the Fox News channel. You're awesome, dude. Very cool. I'll end this this segment. This one's funny. We had a dude that's a parody account. This guy's hilarious. I don't mean to spoil it for you, but I want to spoil it because I don't think it's cool to watch this and think that it's real, because some people did think this was real, and I don't want to put you guys through that. There's a few people that they got really mad on his Twitter account because they thought, because he did this is such a good performance. You guys got to give it up for this dude, parody guy, pretending to be an investor, a stockholder, a money guy that went to Epstein for business, and now he's screwed. Really, really good performance. But this is exactly what you're seeing from the actual people that did these horrible things. So yeah, shout out to this dude for this parody account. Check it out.
Out that I'm in the Epstein files, and I just wanted to be crystal clear about my relationship with Jeffrey during that time between 2008 and 2013. I was looking to get some algorithms because I was starting a hedge fund, which is now one of the largest hedge funds in Europe. As you can see from the emails, Jeffrey's going on about Baal and talking about strawberry cheesecakes and burgers and cheese Doritos. I thought he was talking about food. I really did think he was talking about food. I mean, the guy had me bamboozled, completely bamboozled for the best part of 6 or 7 years. That's just the price you pay for networking. Sometimes you've got to do a deal with the devil, and sometimes the greasy pole's a greasy snake, and you've just got to ride it. As for those meetups that occurred between us, yes, there was one in New York. Jeffrey had invited myself and my now ex-wife to a dinner party with some of the biggest names in fintech and politics attending. My wife got a bad vibe from Jeffrey at that point. She went home. I stayed on a little bit. Jeffrey invited everyone back to the townhouse. And, I don't think I went in there. I don't remember going in there. I'd had a lot to drink. As for the island, yes, I did travel to the island on one occasion. There was a Labour MP, an actor, and another NGO literally sitting down, drinking cups of Lapsang Souchong tea, actual tea, and, talking about the application of digital currencies in developing nations. I remember it like it was yesterday. Nothing untoward happened. It was essentially a vicarage tea party. And then I jumped on the next heli home, and that was that. It just really really grinds my gears that this is potentially going to destroy my company. And all my investors and shareholders will pay the price because of one bunch of stupid emails between me and some guy who's not even alive anymore. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. But I will do anything. I will do anything for this company, for these shareholders. As a high net worth individual, sometimes you have to do things that don't make sense. I'm sorry. It was a mistake. Okay.
Excellent. Excellent performance. Sometimes you got to do things that don't make sense, right? I'm sorry. That's a little homage there to Bill Gates. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. And now it's like, all I care about. I thought that was the most genius part. I mean, the guy's a good performer, but good writer as well, because he's saying my concerns, all that fear and the crying, the fake, right? He's all I gotta say is I'm for my shareholders. That's what I care about. I care about my company going down. It's perfect. It's genius. And I said I wanted you guys to know that was fake, just in case, because there's some people that got really, really angry with him when he put that out. But yeah, parody account, shout out. That's sometimes you got to make the point with humor. So I do appreciate that. Okay, a couple more super chats coming in. Let's see. We have this is good. Thank you. Deep Green VO. Where's Ben? I mean, bullshit Piro, Michael Tracy, Megyn Kelly, when they were saying he's no PDF or there are no files. But now with this latest batch, this is what happens. They go away. They go missing. And they know we have just enough of a short-term memory that they can come back and start screaming about the next thing. So no, Bull Shapiro is nowhere to be found. Michael Tracy, nowhere to be found. Megyn Kelly, however, she didn't waste any time. We covered this earlier, and if you saw her sitting down with JD Vance, she didn't really waste a second. So she's already there with the next thing. So she doesn't hesitate at all. So there she is. But no, these others, they do tend to go back into the shadows. And it's so disappointing. You expect this from Ben Shapiro, obviously, but it's so disappointing that a Michael Tracy person that had so much potential to be right about stuff got this so wrong, right? And then one more here from Citizen. Thank you. Wonder what they're afraid of, huh? Larry and Serge are PDFs. I like that new name we're using, PDFs. Yep. Let's see who we do hear from. These are the people that we do hear from. And this gets us back to the Israel first. It doesn't matter if they're not just Republicans, Democrats are doing it. Watch this Schumer speech and tell us now that you've seen the Epstein file drop, what does this actually say? If you thought for a second that Israel was just kind of our pal, or as Craig Pasta says, our little brother, over in the Middle East, what does this really look like this is?
For aid to Israel, all the aid that Israel needs. I will continue to fight for it. And we delivered more security assistance to Israel, our ally, under my leadership than ever before. We will keep doing that, everybody. It is so important to give Israel what it needs and to protect itself from the many in that difficult region who want to wipe Israel off the face of the map. We have to do everything to do that. We have to do everything to ensure that the delicate ceasefire secured last year paves the way to lasting peace, where people can live side by side, as many have mentioned, in a two-state solution.
Wow. And then we got John Featherman.
Could end right now, and I would identify my supreme honor of service here in the Senate is unapologetically standing with Israel after that nightmare of 10/7. I want to thank and salute the IDF, what they've accomplished, how remarkable that is, to break Hamas, to break Hezbollah, humiliate Iran, and now it's possible for a real path for peace in that region after what IDF did. That's why I will always vote for whatever Israel needs, military, financial, intelligence, whatever that's ever necessary. And what the IDF have done, and I agree for every one of them that were lost there, because they had to destroy Hamas, are just nothing more than rapists and criminals and cowards.
Well, I want to thank you for visiting here at least twice in June 2024 and then again in March 2025. And you'll have gauged that there's a sense here in Israel that there's unfinished business, particularly when it comes to Iran. Would you?
So again, he's doing this interview from Israel, right? He goes on I-24. He's being paid for by our tax dollars to go there and have a nice little tour, a nice little retreat, nice little VIP. So this is both parties, both sides doing it. And I had to remind Craig Boss on Tuesday of this. This is also this is our Congress. This is all of them. This is all of them. This is why the Epstein files are so important right now, because it's giving us more of a why behind this. Why is it just AIPAC? Because we watch the AIPAC tracker and we see the money. Is it just the money? This looks more than money. I think now that we see how bad this is, how bad it actually goes, this is a blackmail pedo ring. That's what this is. It goes well, and there he is. There's Fetterman with his little Israel flag. Every one of these, they're asked the question all the time: who do you put first, U.S. citizens or Israelis? And they can't answer the question, or they say Israel first. They do say it. None of them say America first. We are complete. And that's good. Put the Free Palestine in the sign-in book. Excellent work there. Who put that one together? But now we're starting to look at things a little differently in this neck of the woods. So let's review again. Let's review again that Epstein was 100% a Mossad agent, just 100%, without a doubt. I think I have a breakdown about this from Adam Emedia. Let's see. Just so you guys understand the bullet points behind this operation that we know now from these new files. I mean, we knew a lot of this already, but now there's just kind of all in one place. This is what we know. Yes, Epstein was Mossad, 100%. The former Israeli intelligence officer, Ari Ben Menashe, says that Epstein ran a Mossad honeypot. We've seen those interviews. We've seen those interviews from Ben Menashe. It was a honeypot, not from Russia, from Israel, after being recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was a Mossad spy. We know this. Maxwell's business partner was Charles Bronfman, a co-founder of Mega Group. Mega Group is an exclusive club for Jewish billionaires funding pro-Israel causes. So there's all those connections. We know all this. This is the first victim, Maria Farmer, to report Epstein. He said the entire network was run by, we can call them whatever, Zionist Jewish supremacists. Those are people who say chosen ones, like the Rappaports out there, but they literally were run by these people who radically, racially abused her, and that the operation was led by the Mega Group. We know that one of its co-founders, Victoria's Secret owner, Les Wexner. Craig Pasa was talking about Les Wexner. This is the guy who gave Epstein the money because he didn't have the money. Then all of a sudden he had it. So he got funded $77 million, used it as the hub to start the blackmail ring. Wexner was Epstein's only known client and apparently source of his wealth. There's footage of him going in and out. We know this, the meetings. Epstein got his job at Bear Stearns, 1970, through Alan Greensberg, Mega Group member, despite not having a background beyond just a lowly professor. He's just a teacher. That's all Epstein was before he was given his millions and recruited to be a Mossad agent. You have Ronald Lautner, president of the World Jewish Congress, major donor to Netanyahu's Likud party. Epstein's lawyer, longtime friend, Dershowitz. That's who was just, I condemn. Do you condemn Hamas, Dershowitz? Alan Dershowitz is a staunch Zionist, author of The Case for Israel. He was considered to represent Israel at the ICJ. He did. He was the lawyer representing Israel when it was being charged with a criminal case. Epstein had multiple meetings with former Prime Minister Barak in his New York apartment. We know this. He's basically the guy that took Barak and said, "Hey, I'm going to put you with Peter Thiel. We're going to put you on the board of Palantir." Barak says, "What is Palantir?" Well, let me tell you. I haven't met you. I'm going to put you guys together. You're going to be on the board. But Palantir is the up-and-coming Silicon Valley. This is the thing you want to be part of, ex-Prime Minister, because guess what? We're going to put tech into play, and you're going to have tech into play in Israel, in the IDF, and they're going to use it, and we're all going to make money, and you're going to kill a shitload of Palestinians with that tech. That's what you're going to do. So that's what those meetings were about. So yes, they were partners in the tech company. They were entirely staffed with ex-Israeli intelligence operatives. So yeah, all this. And then this is everybody getting to know each other, everybody meeting, everybody putting on each other's boards, everybody coming up with this plan. Wexner's foundation paid Barak $2 million in 2004 for undisclosed research. So this is just on and on and on and on. We know all this. So yes, we certainly appreciate that work there. And that's it. So this is what we have to be clear of when you hear the distractions, when you hear Elon this or Bill Clinton and Trump. One of them is playing the other one. When you hear reporters being yawning on TV and saying we're over this. When you see these Western media, when you see the UK Parliament putting out messages that what we discovered was that Epstein is part of a Russian plot. When you see those, you understand that that's part of the distraction method and the confusion method and the pitting people against each other. This is the only thing we should be talking about. This is everything. This is everything. Okay. Okay, let's do this. We'll be right back with more Homeless Left. We're going to get to your comments soon. We're going to have Jay Scott joining us in just a couple minutes here, I believe. And yeah, more on Epstein, more on, we got some World War III watch for you guys, and we got an update on ICE. We'll be right back. I did not pull another video, so we'll just have to play the we'll be back. We'll be right back video. It's about 2.5 minutes. Go grab yourself a drink, go to the bathroom. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back, guys, to the Homeless Left. I'm here with Jay Scott, coming to us at this afternoon, Thursday afternoon. We're here for another couple hours, guys. If you just tuned in, we got a lot more show for you guys today. This is the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass, Jay Scott, the non-tribal approach to news. Thought I'd just bring you right in, Jay. But we've been I guess I didn't give you a warning on that, but we're here now. So I just want to see how you're doing, and welcome back to the show. We got a lot to get into.
Good, man. I'm good. Just real busy, running around trying to stay organized. Been having a crazy week at work, this week. So, but between that and trying to keep up, with all the news every day, definitely have my hands full, for sure, over these past few days. And of course, newborn daughter just turned 6 months, a couple days ago. So juggling that in between too. So, gotta get the priorities right. You know how it is.
Yes, absolutely, man. Well, how long do we have you here for? Because we got some stuff that we have to get out here.
Yeah. At least an hour, okay. If we need to go above that, I'd say probably no more than an hour and a half though.
Okay. Yeah, that should be right. That should be right. So
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we've been talking about Epstein. I think maybe we can come back to that and start. Let's just start with I want to maybe start with the ICE stuff, because I think that was yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let's do some ICE updates here, because I am interested in your take on this. So as you guys know, we've been covering all the ICE protests, the ICE attacks, the terrorist attacks. We understand that Minneapolis has been a target for this for the last several weeks. We have at least 2 people that have been murdered. We saw them get murdered on camera. The divide has been insane as far as the justifying the staying on your team, on your tribe, especially the Second Amendment people who used to champion that Second Amendment and say that we have a right to defend ourselves. And all of a sudden we don't when Alex Preddy was murdered. And as we found out later, was hunted down and murdered. And how were they able to do that? Well, they have some pretty damn good equipment available. Those ICE agents do, right? Because we know that they use Palantir equipment, specifically the app called Elite, which allows you to track people. We know that people have been told you're now on a domestic terror list. Why is that? For filming us. We got you. Smirking, laughing about it. So that's the kind of stuff we're seeing, that kind of terror in the streets we're seeing here. We've seen the protests break out. And I want to say, Jay, when I saw this kind of break, when we see good news, sometimes we have to be a little skeptical, but it seems that the protests have been working to a degree because they're pulling back. Apparently, the Trump team is now pulling back 700 ICE agents in Minneapolis. Let's hear Tom Hammond tell the news, and we'll get into what's actually happening here.
And as a result of the need for less law enforcement officers to do this work in a safer environment, I have announced effective immediately, we will draw down 700 people effective today. 700 law enforcement personnel.
So that's a good sign. Now we saw there was a follow-up to that call to action and says, now look, so let's just say this. Okay, so 700 have been withdrawn. The ICE agents are leaving, but there's about 3,000 of them in Minnesota. So doing the math, that still leaves more than 2,000 there. Every single one of them needs to go. So this doesn't fully seem like something that is being solved, but it might be moved in the right direction. Before I get your take on this, this is Trump seems to be repositioning. We'll see. We'll see if this is a reposition, and if it is, does this have to do with the fact that he's gotten massive pushback, that there's been people in the streets all over the country, not just in Minneapolis, but here's Trump repositioning himself about how he's going to approach ICE in other cities beyond Minneapolis.
I hate it. I hate even talking about it. 2 people out of tens of thousands, okay? Mm-hmm. And you get bad publicity. Nobody talks about all of the murderers that were taken out of our country. They don't talk about...
but it was 2 Americans.
They don't talk about we have the smallest trucks. As an example, we've been very tough on the waters, and soon, pretty much overall. But if you look at the waters where we knock out boats.
So in this clip, he changes the subject to Venezuela, thinking that that's going to be scoring some points. There's another clip I don't have right on me, but there's another part of the same interview in which Trump says, we're going to just, go into the cities that we're requested to be in. I had to find you can see his demeanor is a little different now, Jay. I'll look for that one, but I think that's the people need to know that as he's
I saw the clip. I know the one you're talking about.
Like the Trump that started this thing that said, hey, we're coming in and we're going to get you. And if you get in our way, F you, we're going to take you down too. So what's changed here, Jay?
So I was given another perspective, on this. I was actually, in a space recently, and someone who works actually with the city of LA. He's, I believe, either a judge or a prosecutor with the city of LA, came up in the space and was shedding some additional light on what's been going on. And long story short, the person was saying part of the reason that we're seeing the level of pushback in some cities, he believes, is that in other cities, police are cooperating with the ICE officials, and they're trying to do some form of like crowd control to make sure the protests are, contained, and, they're not directly interfering with what ICE is doing. And, this person is saying that police in Minneapolis are simply refusing to cooperate at all with ICE, and that they're not doing any form of crowd control. So his theory is that because of that, people have been interfering a lot more with the actual investigations, in Minneapolis. So I don't know if that has something to do with why Trump is now saying he's only going to allow ICE to go into cities that he's been invited into, or if that could have something to do with why Trump is reframing this. So on the other hand, if you think about it, from Trump's perspective, he has pitched this whole thing as an invasion. He says America is under attack, the illegal aliens are invading the country to take it over. So if that's truly how he felt, it does seem to me that just like backing off and saying, well, you're only gonna try to work on this issue in places where you're invited to work on it, it does seem like he has some more explaining to do. So in that case, you need to come clean and say, okay, well, it's not really an invasion. That's the wrong word to use for what's happening. It's somewhat of a crisis because we destabilize so many countries across the world that people will do whatever to leave those countries and to come to America. That's different from a force intentionally coming into the country in an effort to take it over. So hopefully we'll get a little bit of a reframing of the situation so conservatives don't feel like this is a life or death moment and they have to protect the country from invasion. So I will say overall, though, it's positive that he seems to be revising his tone and turning it down a notch instead of using this word, invasion, which honestly I'm a little bit surprised by, because I thought that they would be weaponizing these protests to try to crack down and, bring out their surveillance state. So maybe that means, they have to slow down the timeline a little bit. But overall, I can say I think it's a positive thing that he's toning down the rhetoric a little bit.
Well, let's hear the actual maneuvering here. And again, I think there's something more going on. And I think you're onto something here. It's not just that he's listening to the people. He has to maneuver this. But the language certainly has changed as far as how he's approaching this.
Okay, let's drill down into the news today. That big change on immigration, 700 officers leaving Minneapolis. Did that come from you?
Yes, it did. But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We are waiting for them to release prisoners, give us the murderers that they're holding, and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people. We allowed in our country, I say 25 million people with an open border policy for 4 years under Biden and that group, the auto pen group, I call them. We allowed to come into our country people the likes of which no country would accept. And we're getting them out. Yeah. But we've gotten a lot of them out. So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in all cities is down. And you know why it's down? It's down because of us. It's down in Chicago by 25%, despite the fact that we are always dealing with these people, and they happen to be Democrats,
Speaking of
that don't know anything about crime prevention.
Mr. President, speaking of Minneapolis, what did you learn?
I learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch. You still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals. But look, I've called the people. I've called the governor. I've called the mayor, spoke to them, had great conversations with them. And then I see them ranting and raving out there, literally as though a call wasn't made.
Wow.
Well, he's lying because most of the people they've been deporting are not criminals. And that's one of the reasons why people are so upset. And, I have somewhat of a controversial position on this because I do think there should be a pathway to citizenship, for people who have been here, even if they're illegal, if they've been contributing, if they've been working, I do think that we should try to have some form of pathway to citizenship for people who have not gotten in trouble. However, I would say there is a strong case to be made. If you're here illegally and you're also committing violent crimes, then you could definitely make the argument those people should be deported. So I'm not against that. I think that's a sensible way to do it. And to the best of my understanding, it seems like there are some cities in the country who are not cooperating with people they know are illegal, who were in jail for violent crimes. And then I believe Minneapolis happens to be one of those cities, which is why ICE has been going crazy and just deporting everybody. So that doesn't mean they're taking the right reaction to that situation, but I do think there could be a little bit more coordination. You know, if you're over here committing violent crime illegally, I can, you know, there's an argument to be made. You definitely shouldn't be here. So I would agree with that personally.
Yeah. And I do know that that's one of the things that have allowed some of the MAGA supporters to justify this, is because they've been saying, well, it's the Democrats that aren't if they would just cooperate with him, we wouldn't have to do this. So but I'm saying that I'm saying like, if you have people like Mamdani, who's basically, he put out a bill about let's try and allow, I think it was in Rikers Island. He said, let's not allow them to come there, or he had some sort of, if you take the people out of the street, then you can come into the jail. So he was doing the negotiating back. So I think what Mamdani was doing was he was validating that theory. And I was like, that seems like he's actually allowing MAGAs to be like, see, we told you you weren't cooperating. We're going to terrorize you, but if you cooperate, we won't terrorize. So it seems like they're getting away with that. Might be what they're getting away with here in this repositioning is, see, it was your fault the whole time, right, Alex Preddy? It was your fault. You guys just admitted it because now you're willing to work with us.
Yeah.
So I mean, it seems that they got away with that, Jay. That's what it seems. It seems like we're not talking about the thing we should be. We should be talking about the supercomputer and the Palantir technology and the getting everybody, as they told that woman in Maine. This is a big deal when the ICE officer looks at her and says, "You are now in a database as a domestic terrorist." Why are we not talking about? That's what this is really about.
Well, it's two separate conversations, right? Because how you interact with people and how you use force is a separate conversation from whether or not people are cooperating with you. Just because you're not getting the level of cooperation that you want from the city, it doesn't mean that you can go in and start hunting people down, beating them up and executing them like you did with Alex Preddy, or like it seems may have happened with Alex Preddy. So, it's two different situations. And we have that issue overall with law enforcement in the country when they feel like they're dealing with vulnerable communities and communities that can't stand up for themselves. They go crazy. They don't show any mercy. They escalate instead of trying to de-escalate. You don't, like, sometimes you don't even see them say, stop, you're under arrest, or freeze, you're under arrest. It just goes straight into beating somebody up, cracking them over the head. Next thing you know, the guy's dead. So that's how it happens, unfortunately, with a lot of people. And, you even heard the people, the sheriff in Minneapolis, I believe it was, saying some of his officers got pulled over and were manhandled by ICE officers. So ICE officers shouldn't be manhandling anybody, regardless of whether or not the Democratic, cities are cooperating. So the Democrat cities can be cooperative when it comes to handing over violent criminals. And we can also have better enforcement where, the ICE isn't treating us how the IDF treats the Palestinians. Like, ideally, the IDF should not treat the Palestinians the way they're doing it at all. And they shouldn't be training our people to treat us in that fashion either. But this is the situation we have. So, both things can be true at the same time.
Both things can be true. And again, just the 700, I mean, doing the math, we saw it. Like, you still have 2,000 of these a-holes in Minneapolis. You got them all over the country. Now he's going to be a little nicer about what it looks like on the surface, but they're not going away. This plan seems like, to me, like it's still intact. And I think there's also a signal here that maybe the protesters might take a step back. That's the other part of this. But no, they shouldn't. They should not. You should continue to protest because this isn't over. Just because you took 700 out of Minneapolis doesn't mean this is over. And we know it's not over because the terror is happening. It's still happening, not just in Minneapolis. We know it's happening in. I have this one from Indiana that you. Oh, go ahead.
And that's the biggest thing, right? People are protesting the brutality, and it doesn't sound like they're changing their enforcement tactics at all. It just seems like they're going to be doing it in cities that are quote unquote cooperating with them. So that should be the emphasis of the protesters. Like, number one, let's come up with a valid pathway to citizenship.
and let's make sure we're treating people as human beings. If this is an issue you care about, I would strongly recommend that you get as specific as possible with these protests. So there's an actual ask, and you're nonviolent, and you're out there, you know, with specifics. Like you're out there with this. These are the tangibles that I'm looking for. If you want me to go home, come up with a pathway to citizenship and tell these people to stop treating us like how the IDF is treating Palestinians.
Yeah. So this is just one example that this is still happening, even it's just because there's 700 of them taken out of Minneapolis. You have, this is from Indiana, that this just happened. So Indiana student threatens to call ICE to deport an Uber driver for looking illegal. He's illegal. This guy is getting deported. My mom will sue.
And this isn't ICE. Yeah. This is actually someone who is being influenced by the atmosphere. But sorry.
Oh, right. So this is somebody who's threatening to call ICE. Okay, got it. So because of the precedent that was set, this is how people are treating each other now, because the president told you this is the conditions now that we live in. And you can be physical. You can be, this is called being proactive, but it's being a threat yourself. So this is how people are treating each other as a result of this policy of you can do no wrong. If you're an ICE agent, you can do no wrong. So if you see something, say something. You could be helping ICE too. Get the bad guys, and then you have something like this happen.
I got the license plate number.
You can complain wherever you want.
I got your license plate number.
My mom. Yeah, wherever you want, you can complain about it. Wherever you want.
My mom will see you in fucking court.
Get out of my car. Get out of my car. Get out of my car.
I mean, it's fine. Let's go.
Get out of my car. Get out of my car. I told you.
Get out of my car. Head ass bitch. I'll shove fucking dildo up your ass.
Oh my god. Otherwise, I'm gonna call police. Okay?
Police. You're gonna call what?
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't wanna.
I mean, let's go.
Out of my car.
Wait, what is it called?
Are you crazy?
I mean, let's go. Yes, of course I'm crazy. Because my mom will fucking sue your ass.
Yeah,
you will see me in court.
Yeah.
You will have.
You wanna check my ID?
No, let's go.
You can send her my ID.
Okay, let me see it.
Yeah. Send her.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see it. Wait,
send her.
Wait, let me see it. Let me see it.
Yeah, exactly. Send her.
Let me see it. Exactly.
Exactly. Let's go, Abby.
Guess what?
Let's go. He's not. He's not
Don't
legal.
touch.
Let's go. He's not legal.
Don't touch.
Do not hit her. Oh,
let's get it. Let's get it. Hold my purse. Hold my purse. Hold my purse.
Oh, you're trying to hit her? Oh, you're getting fucked up. No, you're getting fucked up. I got the on video. On video. Yeah. Oh, you want to hit her again? Oh, let's go to the police then. This Gabby's deported. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm not doing anything.
Oh, you just fucking. I have it all on recording. You got me fucked up. You got me fucked up.
She kicked me first.
No, she didn't.
There's the license plate. She just took. I mean, my God, what?
Did you see the mugshot that I sent you right after that?
Yeah, you know what? This is. Oh yeah. Let's get that on. Okay, this is what happens when you're filmed. And luckily there's video proof of this stuff.
Yeah, and the ironic thing is the friend was taking the video thinking that this is going to make sure that the driver goes to jail, and all the video shows was that she repeatedly, like first in the car, you can see that she tries to put her hand on the guy and he pushes her hand away. So you are the aggressor in the car, and then it moves outside the car, and each time she runs up to him and he does wind up pushing her back, but at the end of the day, she's the one initiating the contact every time. So, this isn't something, and, I'm glad that, I'm sorry this is happening, but I'm also glad that, this is the person who's doing it to an extent, because it shows you this is not just a white people versus everyone else thing. There's somewhat of a power dynamic here. People who don't have an accent, people who may have been born here, there are some people, who fit that category, who maybe lean conservative, who think the current atmosphere means
you can treat anybody with an accent or anyone you perceive to be Hispanic in a certain way. And or if you have a badge on, like, because I don't know, I'm sure you've heard the name of Alex Preddy's killers by now. We have Jesus and Raimundo. Those are the people like who executed what was a white guy protesting the treatment of mostly Latino immigrants to this country. So this is not about white versus anyone else. This is about people who perceive they have power trying to abuse that power over people who they think do not have power. So, it's sad that, she wound up in that position. You can see her talking, oh, my mom will sue you. Mama, you better stop her. My mom will sue you. Meanwhile, you can tell they were obnoxious drunk girls that were probably doing something bad in the backseat. And that's how the conversation escalated. Because how else do you get into an argument with a Lyft driver or an Uber driver unless you're being obnoxious and harassing them in some way, shape, or form? So we don't see how it started, but what we do see is that she's the one being aggressive in the car, and then she gets out the car and continues trying to rush him. And last thing, if you're a woman, please, if you get frustrated with a man, please don't initiate contact and be aggressive and try to hit that person and think that you can get away with it. And if they do something back, then they're in the wrong just because they're a man. Do not initiate physical aggression if you are a man or a woman, but especially not if you're a woman, because you have a lot of the time, I don't want to be sexist, Matt, but a lot of the time they will have less ability to fight back, and you don't know how the man is going to react. So don't put yourself in that position.
Yeah. So this is the America first. This is the Trump America. I guess we're all excited about that we got to. And Trump might not be wavering on the ICE policy. Seems like it's going exactly as planned. This is the environment that has been created now. But let's be careful. Let's fight back. And what you said, let's just be mindful. The society we're in right now, and that we're all on the same side here. We're fighting. Let's not fight each other. We're fighting the same thing that's pitting us against each other. So we know how it goes. We know how it goes.
Yep.
All right. You ready to go back to Epstein?
Let's do it. So much going on with him, man. I can't believe the reactions, man. Have you seen they're blaming it on Russia now? They're saying Epstein is a Russian agent. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, we covered that earlier, but I'm gonna start this because we're going back to Epstein now. Yeah. Let's start it with a nice breakdown of where people are at on this tweet from DD Geopolitics, and we can kind of update people if you're just joining us now. But this is the climate. We have to understand where people are based on how they're responding. Let's see what kind of camps people are in. So from DD Geopolitics. So here's what we know. We know that Epstein is in an email to Peter Thiel saying, as you probably know, I represent the Rothschilds. And as you guys saw earlier, we were able to show you that the Rothschild files that say Rothschilds on them are being eliminated right now from the DOJ. They're eliminating those files in real time. So luckily we're screen grabbing them. That's awesome. Here's another quote from one of them, Epstein to Ariane, and we covered this one earlier as well, to Ariane Rothschild. The Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities, many. So we're into another conversation, not just about setting up investments in tech companies that Israel's going to use for spyware and Palantir that they're going to use to police the streets of Minneapolis today. We're also talking about creating our foreign policy and the roots. When we talk about the roots of the Ukraine proxy war, and we look at Lindsey Graham and all those people, the John McCains, they're coming together in Ukraine in 2016, trying to drum up this thing, say we're going to go back and trick everyone into supporting you guys and say Putin's trying to. So where did that come from? Well, it came from the Rothschilds. It came right here. We're going to create the upheaval with Ukraine to provide many more opportunities for us. So that's also in the files, right? So now we're getting really to roots of how foreign policy is dictated through this blackmail operation. Then we also have Epstein in a message to Larry Summers. Zelensky is looking for help. Putin is dismissive, saying he's being run by Israelis. So Putin is saying no, I'm not going to fall for this crap. I want nothing to do with it. And then Epstein's executor, Nicolette to Epstein says, we should go to Russia soon, and you should meet my friend, Lila Pomarev. The stakes are huge. He might replace Putin and become president himself. In other words, let's switch out Putin with our person. If we don't get him killed first, we want to get him killed so we can do this little swap out. Of course, as you said, Jay, earlier, Western media and Ukrainians, they're saying, aha, Epstein worked for Putin, which is absolutely nuts because Epstein had half of the Western establishment in his context. So, yeah, of course, naturally, the conclusion is that Putin did it. Here is just one more, the Ukraine reference. This is important. This is an actual email that says the thing that Ukraine, this is a Rothschild email saying Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities. And then we found one from a guy, Greg Brown, who said this about Libya. This is also very important because this looks like something, if you guys can see this, this is in 2011, saying that Libya is a rich country. I also have friends formerly with MI6 and Mossad willing to help identify stolen assets and get them recovered. So we start looking at our operations in Libya as well during Obama and Hillary years, where they went in and killed Gaddafi. Where was that a first order given? It looks like this paper trail is going pretty deep here, and it seems to all be in the files. And thank God people are screen grabbing this, because like I said, the Rothschild emails are literally being eliminated as we speak, one at a time, Jay.
Yeah, well, specifically on the Libya thing, there's a lot of overlapping interests there. You know, France has recently declared they're going to ramp up a lot of their actions in Africa because they want to retake some of the territory. And right after they said that, Gaddafi's son, you know, was actually assassinated recently. So there's a lot of overlapping interests. But, you know, when it comes to like Epstein in particular, like it's just ridiculous. If a puppy died somewhere, the media would try to blame it on Putin. Like they will blame any and everything they can on Russia. And it's hilarious because you see link after link to Israel. One of Epstein's closest co-conspirators is Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel. Most of his contacts, like Alan Dershowitz, he's essentially Israel's lawyer, you know, like who goes on TV all the time. Yep. All of these people who are directly connected to Israel are deeply involved with Epstein, yet our media turns around and says, oh, this must be a Russian operation. Like as the Epstein himself says the biggest problems in the world. I don't know if you have that email pulled up too, but there was one email that said the biggest problems in the world are Putin, Xi, Assad, and someone else, but and Erdogan. That's it. Like that's who Epstein labels as the most problematic leaders in the world who were causing issues, you know, like in their overall plan. So, you know, they will do everything they can to protect Israel. So, you know, the only question is whether or not Israel is a top dog or Israel is a proxy for the top dogs. But either way, we have to address their power, because if Israel is a proxy, then addressing it takes away that tool. And if Israel is actually the top dog, then addressing it, you know, fixes the majority of our problems. So either way, we have to treat it like something that has to be addressed, and we have to continue calling it out and following the trails, because it's going somewhere. There's a reason why the media will protect Israel at all costs. There's a reason why all of our government leaders across the world are protecting Israel at all costs. And, you know, you're seeing investigations happen and resignations happen. Like the ambassador for the UK to America got caught up, you know, in the Epstein files. He resigned. There was another person in the House of Lords got caught up in the Epstein files. He resigned. So there are consequences happening in other countries, but still nobody wants to tie it back to Israel. They got to pretend it's either a lone wolf or it's Russian or, you know, just anything but Israel. The last thing they want is to, you know, for people to turn on Israel. But, you know, one thing I will say, there's some theories going around right now that say, oh, the reason these files are being released right now is because Epstein isn't doing what Israel, not Epstein, Trump isn't doing what Israel wants when it comes to Iran. And so these files are being released to embarrass Trump the same way the Monica Lewinsky files got released when Bill Clinton wouldn't free, the Israeli spy back in the 90s. And me personally, I don't know if I buy that, because when I look at the files, unless you're talking about the mainstream media, everyone else's takeaway from the files was, my God, Israel is a problem. And that's not even the talk into the Jewish supremacy conversation that is being brought to the forefront by these files. If you go to the files and you search Goyim,
oh my God,
you will see how there are people who are Jewish supremacists and what they think of people who were not Jewish. So if you are a liberal and you have been talking about white supremacy, which is still, a problem in certain respects, in certain ways, it is still a problem. I'm not saying it's done. However, the bigger problem and the overarching problem that's dominating our politics at the moment, that is, it seems to be Jewish supremacy. That is a bigger problem at the moment. So if you would like to talk about, supremacist, like vibes, then you should be talking about that. And last thing I'll say on that, right? Most people nowadays will acknowledge that the white supremacist rhetoric and the origins of it is used to divide people and to keep people away from each other. But that being said, there are people out there who fully buy into the ideology. That doesn't mean every white person is a white supremacist. This doesn't mean every Jewish person is a Jewish supremacist. But there are clearly people who benefit from both ideologies. So calling out Jewish supremacy does not mean that you were saying all Jews are guilty of this. All it means is that you're identifying there's a mindset that is present among many powerful Jewish people, just like how, especially if you go back a few decades ago, that white supremacist mindset was very prominent amongst the most powerful white people in the country. Like, I would argue it's gone down, a lot now. And while it's still present, it's not present in the same way. Like, you have to acknowledge there are people who benefit from the divide. And you also have to acknowledge that while it's been manufactured to an extent, there are people who fully buy into it. So don't just talk, if you're a liberal and you've been talking about racism and you were not talking about Jewish supremacy, you're missing the big picture.
Yeah, and you're missing the big picture, most likely by intention, by design. We've been kind of captured and fooled into this notion that we have to tiptoe around. And like, I get it, Jay. We talk about language all the time. We say Zionist problem. We don't say, Jew, this or that. We don't do that. They're going to call us anti-Semitic anyways, no matter what we say. But we're trying to be good with our words. But at the same time, I got to say this, we all have to deal with, hurtful words that we take out of context. Say, "Ooh, boo-hoo! You said something that hurts me." It's not a hate crime that you said something. So I'm saying, like, we'll be careful with our words. But at the same time, can you guys get a little more tougher skin? While we're working on our words, can you guys stop acting like your entire world got destroyed because you misinterpreted our critique of Israel and our critique of Jewish supremacy, which is an actual thing, which you just said. I'm saying this is a thing, and you're going to take that personal and go, how dare you come after who I am? No, we're coming after a mindset. If you have that mindset, that's your choice. That's your choice, and we are coming after you. If you don't have that mindset, guess what? It's all good. We're cool.
And let me say, I am 100% consistent on this, right? Or I do my best to be consistent on it. Like, I'll see people say on Twitter, oh, white people are racist. And when I see that comment, I will reply, it's bad to generalize. I understand that you are talking about systemic racism that most Black people and white people can't fully explain or understand or don't understand. So, but if you go around saying something like white people are racist, that is patently false. Like Barack Obama was elected, and he is considered Black, in this country. So you can't just go around saying white people are racist. Now, if you're white and you read that, you're like, does this person hate all white people? But then when you ask them what they mean by that, what they are talking about is what they perceive to be systemic racism, and they feel like white people haven't spoken up enough about it. So if you ask that person to really explain what they mean, what you'll find they're talking about is they mean that there are still powerful white people out there. They wish more white people would speak up about systemic racism, even though a lot of them can't fully, explain it and understand it. And they're really referring to systemic racism, but they don't honestly believe that every single white person is racist. So, I still correct the language when I see it. It's bad to generalize, because if you want your message to be received, and if you want it to be received well, you should craft your message in a way so it's going to be received by the people who need to hear it. So, I'd encourage both people, if you are Jewish or if you're a Christian Zionist and you hear people say things like that, well, before you think that person means exterminate the Jews, you should ask them, hey, are you talking about Israel? Are you talking about Jewish people? Are you talking about Zionists? Or what exactly do you mean by that? You don't have to automatically assume anytime someone even makes a slip of the tongue and they're like, wow, this Jewish influence, man, it's taking this country down. You don't have to automatically assume that means that person hates all Jewish people and wants Jews to be exterminated. Because if you look at what's happening in the country right now, clearly a lot of our geopolitical actions in the Middle East are geared towards protecting Israel and enriching American corporations, but a lot of it is geared towards protecting Israel and doing things that benefit Israel. And it's not just that, it's the censorship happening over here. It's the connection to a lot of the banks. It's the connection to the media. Like, these things exist. Like you can deny it all you want, but the truth is these correlations do exist, and people have the right to talk about it, to question it, and to ask what the impact on society is. So I agree with you, Matt. Don't be soft. Don't automatically assume anyone who says the words Jewish influence wants all Jews to be exterminated. But I would also say that as we speak about it, it's important that we craft our message in a way where the people who need to hear it, like when they hear it, it's more likely to be received instead of taken as an attack. So I do agree with you. Yeah.
Okay. So bottom line, everyone should just be good with words, because the more effective you are with words, the more effective you can make your case about anything. Great. Exactly. We're all doing better with words. We're all, word gooders. We're good with words. Okay. At the same time, Jay, guess what? If somebody thinks or actually believes, like when as a white guy, if I'm going to say, okay, somebody said all white guys are racist, guess what? That's also on me to be like, what a dumbass. What a loser. If you actually mean that, oh, effing well, man. I don't give a shit. Honestly, go ahead and say that. I'm good. There's other things in this life that can hurt me. There's real shit that can hurt me. That's not real for me. So would you guys get some effing skin, grow some effing balls when it comes to so-and-so said something about who? Shut the F up. Yeah. I don't grow some fucking balls at some point. Yeah. I'm telling you, they don't, like you said, Jay, they probably don't actually mean the thing that you think they mean. But if they did, it's kind of a bad look for them, and it's kind of embarrassing. And you should probably just be like, what a loser. I would say, I say that to anyone who wants to say all white people are fucking this or that. Loser, moving on. I got other things to be wasting time on.
Yeah.
I don't want to waste time on that.
And
that's another, anybody out there that's going to make their entire life based on woe is me. Somebody said something about Israel. Oh, just stop it. Just stop it.
And just to clarify, I don't hear that sentiment often. I don't hear people going around saying all white people are racist.
No, that's a thing.
They do exist, but it's very few of them.
But I'm saying if they did do that,
yes.
I'm telling you, as a white, I don't effing care. That means you're an idiot. And if you go out there like that, you're going to look like an idiot. You don't need me to get my entire life. Oh, my life was just, and then this guy said this thing, and I need someone to go, can I get a billionaire? Is there a billionaire out there that can buy a Super Bowl ad for me and make a Super Bowl ad about dirty white boy and have a white, because we covered this earlier, Jay. There's literally, there's going to be an actual, let's see, did we lose, hold on, let me grab him.
Stage again. Here we go.
We had a little slip, but that's a, nobody's making a commercial about the poor white guy that got a little sticky note on his backpack at school that says dirty white boy. And if they did, I'd tell the kid, you know what? You're going to get bullied and get picked on. Suck it up, man. Nobody physically attacked you. That's what I would say. But that commercial, you guys are going to see, if you guys missed that earlier, you're going to see a commercial this Sunday on the Super Bowl paid for by the Zionist owner of the New England Patriots, who wants you to see that the biggest problem in our schools is a Jewish kid walking down the locker room area and having somebody put a Post-it note on his backpack that says dirty Jew. And that's the thing. It's going to scar him the rest of his life. And you guys need to be aware that that's the most traumatic thing that can happen to a kid.
Yeah.
So that's it.
I mean, bullying for sure is not a good look, but let's be real. Kids bully each other, and kids tease each other about stuff all the time. And I grew up in Turks and Caicos, and in America, like, I'm considered black. Like, in Turks and Caicos, people are a darker shade than me, and I was the lightest person, like, in the school I went to as a in elementary school, and they would literally call me white boy. Like, they would tease me because I was different. So it's like kids will pick on people who they perceive to be different. That's part of growing up. So there's no need to blow that out of proportion. I don't hold any animosity towards those people now. When I was a kid, was it annoying to be teased a little bit? Sure it was, but it was just because I was a little bit different from the people who were around me. So, these things actually make you stronger in the long run. So I'm not encouraging bullying at all, but
no, nobody's encouraging bullying. We're just saying that bullying happens, and there is, and I'll just say this. You said that there's no need to blow it up out of proportion. There is a need to blow it up in proportion. That's the point. They're doing it on purpose to leverage the thing they need to leverage. That's why the ADL does what they do. That's why APAC does what they do. That's why the Super Bowl commercial is going to be playing this Sunday. It's not because it's being blown out of proportion. It's because it is a tool to leverage Israel policy and make it criminal to challenge Israel. That's why it's happening. It's exactly why it's happening.
And let's not
no
forget,
other reason it's happening.
I agree 1,000%. And let's not forget, there have been quite a few examples over the past few years of what's been posed to be an anti-Semitic attack that we later find out is actually perpetuated by Jews or by Zionists themselves, because they're trying to make themselves look like they've been victimized. Like, there was a store shop owner, someone's quote unquote spayed a swastika over there, then public cameras find out it was actually a Jew like, who did that. So it's like, I'm not saying that's what it is all the time. I do believe there is some genuine anti-Semitism out there, but people have to admit that there is somewhat of displaying the victim sometimes, like in not just that community, all communities. Everyone's vulnerable to it. I can give an example of every religion and every race doing it. And, it's the same thing with Zionists and Jews sometimes.
Right.
So.
Well, let's look at one of the keys in how we got to where we are in our. We're talking about the school system, the education system. We mentioned the Super Bowl commercial will be playing. Watch out for it this weekend, guys. About bullying little Jewish boys in school, I guess, is a problem. But this is where it all originates from. This guy, it's Robert Maxwell. So we know that, and we knew this, but in the files, as Adam reported, Epstein reveals that Gillian's father, that's Robert Maxwell, was killed by the Mossad because he tried to extort a buttload of money from them because his businesses started to fail and he was getting desperate. And he says, I know all your stuff about working for you all these years. And then what happened? He had an accident on the boat, and that was it. But we understand now that because of these files that dropped, we know that he was trying to blackmail them back. He should have known better. You don't blackmail an operation that you are hired to blackmail on behalf of them. You don't do it back to them. They will F you, which is what they did. But what do we know about Maxwell? Well, this is the actual thing. This is the actual file where he actually says, yes, you pay me this money or I will reveal all of your shit you did. Didn't work out so well for him. He had an accidental death shortly after. But here's what we know about Robert Maxwell. This is the point. He was a media Mongol. He was involved with McGraw-Hill, particularly through his company. And what we know about McGraw-Hill, it's the second largest textbook publisher in the U.S. In other words, a Mossad agent had captured the second largest publication of distribution of school books. Do you think he had something to do with the narration of those books? Not so much what was put in them, perhaps maybe more of what was left out of them. Hence why we don't have an accurate background in things like, I don't know, just for example, I'm just throwing this out. Perhaps it has something to do with why we never got told how Hitler came into power in the beginning, in the first place. We were told that Germany uniquely became racist against Jews for a 10-year period, and then all of a sudden went right back to normal for no reason at all, no context, no nothing. That's what we were told, that hate just overnight, you just become hateful, particularly to Jews, which is an extra type of hate. And to be clear, what we were told in school was Nazis were the worst human beings ever to have lived. And this is the most important part, or ever to live in the future, ever.
And forget about King Leopold.
What does that do to manufacture consent for us as we look at our foreign policy?
And forget about King Leopold, who we know was responsible for the death of over 10 million Africans in the Congo. We're not going to talk about him. We're not going to talk about any of the genocides that happened before that. This is the only one that most people can point to and say this is the worst genocide in history, even though King Leopold is responsible for at least twice the number of deaths that we saw, in the Holocaust. So, and the fact that most people have no idea, number one, who King Leopold is, and number two, have even heard of that genocide that happened just a few decades before the Holocaust, that tells you that history is simply being weaponized, to paint one group of people as unique victims without providing any context. There's no context in what happened in the First World War and what the world did to Germany. There's no context in who was funding Hitler and where Hitler got his money from, and the agreement that Hitler had with Zionists to help them get started on their project in Israel that they couldn't get anyone to really participate in. So, at the end of the day, if we understand that a lot of the racial divide in America has been manufactured so the people at the top can profit off it, then we also have to ask ourselves, what happened in Germany? Who profited and who benefited from what happened during the Holocaust? And let's look at who funded Hitler and where did the German gold go? Where did all the Nazi gold go? Do you know where the Nazi gold went after the Holocaust and after Germany lost?
Where was it invested? Who took the gold? Where did it go?
Switzerland.
Of course.
Switzerland. So it's like, of course.
Off the books.
Yes, off the books. It disappeared into Switzerland.
There you go.
Who founded Switzerland? The Knights Templars.
There you
And
go.
so, all this, secret societies have a large role in this. I don't know who's at the top. I go back and forth, but I do know all the focus today is on the Zionist aspect, and rightly so. It is a powerful tool, but I encourage people to, as we're talking about Zionism, also do the background research there. But all the Nazi gold that went to Switzerland, and they took a large part in the funding and financing of Hitler too. So let's talk about the context. Let's talk about real history. Let's talk about the money flows. And if we're going to talk about some of the worst crimes against humanity, how about we also talk about how our intelligence agencies are heavily involved in the drug trade? That seems like a pretty big crime against humanity too, because if you were to count the amount of victims who have been killed by the drug trade, whether it's through violence and overdoses, that far exceeds the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. So why is it Hitler is worse than our intelligence agencies?
Yeah. And also when I was saying about the origin of Hitler and the taking on the privatization of the banks, as we unfortunately had happened to us here with the Federal Reserve, which is neither federal nor reserve. It's a privatization capture of our money system, which is what was happening in Europe at the time. And Hitler was speaking out and saying, no, we don't want that in Germany. We want to give the power to the people. Interesting, right? That when you start translating some of those speeches, we never got the translations. How did he why would the people why would the people vote a guy in that would say things like that? That would want to get that would want to, stick it to the bankers who happen to be Jewish. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, why would they be for that? That's weird. Oh, I forgot, because they woke up one day and all became hateful of Jews. That's what we were taught. That's what we were taught. That one day they just decided, let's get this anti-Semite in office. We'll all feel good about it. But we know that that's the history. So like you said, the crimes against humanity we're not hearing. It's the stuff left out of the textbooks. Yeah, that's that I guess that's where we're at here, Jay. Do you mind if we do one more part of this that it goes a little deeper here, just a little bit?
And by the way, on that, of course, we need to talk about the Rothschilds, but the first central bank in the world was actually founded in Sweden, and the first central bank of central banks, the BIS, the Bank for International Settlements, that was founded in Switzerland. And as far as who was on the board of that, I believe it was 1 or 2 Jews on the board of that, but it was mostly Catholics, and Protestants and other people. So again, you got to talk about the tools being used, and Zionists and a lot of wealthy, powerful Jews have allowed themselves to be used as tools. And I would argue that they are, the front men for an organization. So people only talk about that aspect of it. Yeah. But were Germans right for questioning the impact that a central bank, a privatized central bank, had on their society? Yes, they were justified in asking what's going on there. Now, I would argue, it's a bigger picture than what Hitler made it out to be. And Hitler was actually in bed with some of the same people, who financed those banks. So it's a complicated story, but the German people were right to question the impact that privatized central banking was having in other European countries and what it was having in Germany before Hitler took over. Yeah. So.
And we'll leave it at this, guys. We're not trying to give you a whole re-education because we missed out and we got screwed all of our years. We can't do that in one day, let alone a couple hours. So with that, we'll leave you with this note on this topic. If they were able to do that with us with all these topics in school, minimizing people, minimizing events, breaking things down to one-dimensional thinking, which is what that is, that people wake up and hate something. And then that, if they're able to do that so beautifully in our education system, they're going to do it again. And we see them doing it again in real time. And so we need to understand the functionality of how this propaganda machine works. Now that we see that it worked on us in the past, we need to look out for it again, because we know what it's like. What are textbooks going to look like when they write about COVID? Are they gonna say all of a sudden, this thing? Are you gonna hear the story of the doctors? Are you gonna hear the story of the people getting censored? Are you gonna when you do breakdowns of Fauci? Are you gonna leave out certain things of him? He's gonna be like. So I'm just saying, like, there's ways you leave things out and tell the story the way you want to tell it. And that's it. So we just need to be a little more aware that the people that win these wars are the people that write the books. And I think this is the Jungle Jay wrote this. This is very timely right now. My 12-year-old daughter understands one thing. I taught her in history class. Whoever wins the war gets to write the history books. She's told all her friends this. Now a small rebellion is brewing. I love that. Beautiful. Keep it going.
Sure.
Okay, so the topic that I think that is the hardest to talk about in Epstein is the satanic culty stuff that is all over the files, and it's really disturbing stuff. You guys know that one of the items in there stuck out to me almost immediately. It just happened to be when I was getting prepared for RT, going on RT, giving my initial thoughts of what was happening, knowing that I didn't even have time to go through everything. But Shadow Ezra did a breakdown on this one, and you guys know that the George Bush Sr. thing, it really stuck. It really struck me that there's this whole report from this victim that was a little boy at the time. The victim says that allegedly that George Bush Sr. Raped the male victim, raped him while he was also subjugated to a ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a sword. This little innocent boy victim also stated in this file on record that he witnessed a baby being dismembered and their intestines removed on a yacht. He says that people on the yacht ate the feces from the intestines. And just this one, and I know this is disturbing to think about, that you could imagine this happening. This reminds us of Pizzagate. We know that it turns out Pizzagate was real, guys. It turns out that this is worse than twisted dudes that have pedophilia, that they're committing crimes against children. This is where we're getting deep and dark into satanic, ritualistic cult behavior in which the people participating are doing it in a way that it signifies something, part of a cult, part of a tribe. This type of stuff we showed you with the Rothschilds parties that Stanley Kubrick depicts in his films in Eyes Wide Shut. We see that they're part of this thing, this dark entity that means that once you're in, you're always in. And this is why we say that they're all working together on the same side, because once you see each other in the most darkest, horrible situation possible, imaginable, you're tied for life. And so there is something about that gang cult mentality that is very prevalent here. And this is all over the file. So I just want to do this. As we say, Pizzagate was real the whole time, guys. It wasn't a conspiracy. I want to just hear from Epstein's niece as she explained. Epstein's actual niece explains what life was growing up for her in this cult behavior. She's in this interview. I'm just show you guys a clip. She's exposing that her families, the families that she grew up with, were a part of a satanic cult called Baal. And she accuses these powerful elite figures of running a child sex trafficking network with ties to ancient Baal worship, which they frame as a belief system among those seeking godlike power.
That's also what Epstein named his bank account, Baal.
God, it's so, yes, the bank account. And they built the island in a way that would replicate these ancient rituals from that time. So it wasn't just a random chance that that the design of everything and the names of the bank accounts were all giving tribute, as they say, to this ancient cult, which I suppose they represented, according to Epstein's own niece. This is her explaining a little bit of what her traumatic childhood was like growing up as an Epstein.
Of Baal, B-A-L. My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly, but behind closed doors, at Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit, we are Satanists. They told me that we belonged to the cult of Baal, B-A''A''L. They told me this with consistency while I was being abused. Now, what you can look up about the cult of Baal, information that is publicly available, is that it is thousands of years old. It is a Phoenician satanic fertility cult. And publicly, it's supposed to have been eradicated. But to my knowledge and my experience, it is not. This is what people perceive the Illuminati to be. It is a group of elites that practices forced and uses these crimes to control people. They happen to have a huge reach over politics and entertainment. To answer your basic question, why my family does this, because it was done to them, because having one man bear as many children in a generation as possible and forcing them through these traumatic events, they believe it creates a stronger bond, that creates more loyalty, that it keeps people from talking. And for the most part, they're right, because I'm the only one of my siblings who has directly spoken out about this. There are people who have hinted at it in their music. Of course, Justin Bieber has talked about being assaulted by Usher and Justin Timberlake at P. Diddy's parties, but I don't think it's a coincidence they've only gone after Sean Combs and not his other alleged perpetrators who were born into the bloodline.
This is what we're saying. They protect some and then they throw others under the bus. So that's a good distinction there. She's telling us that some get thrown under, some get protected for life.
Seems to be a level of protection for people who are simply born into that world, contrasted with people like Sean Combs or R. Kelly, who joined as adults. But I was not in the boardrooms. I was a child on drugs. So I can't tell you exactly who organizes this, exactly how it happens. It's just speculation and memory.
Yep. I mean, and people have to realize, a lot of these people would unfortunately rather blow the world up than to be held accountable, for their crimes. And, that's why I think it's particularly important that we take notice, of the fact that the last nuclear treaty, in existence between us and Russia actually expired yesterday. That's the START treaty. And, I really think now is a time when we have to be more vigilant than ever, because, these elites will evade justice and hold on to power for as long as they can. So we have to really pay attention, to what's happening in the world right now.
Yeah.
But
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just really quick, just to comment, on what they're saying over there. I'm glad that Epstein is being exposed and, the participation of some, Jews in it is being exposed. But I want people to remember it goes beyond just Jews. She just mentioned it's a Phoenician cult. They have ties to the Vatican. They have ties to these secret societies like George Bush Sr., who started out, this thread that we're going through. He's a Skull and Bonesman. Skull and Bones is like a brother organization to the Freemasons. It's just more exclusive. It's a smaller one, but they all lead back to the Knights Templars. And again, the Knights Templars founded Switzerland. So let's talk about the Zionists and the Jewish people who are involved. And let's talk about the other organizations that are involved. This way, if you're a Jew and you're listening to this, you don't think that people are only talking about Jews and people are saying all Jews do this. Because if you listen to what, Epstein's niece said just now, she didn't say that this is a Jewish practice. She said that this is part of the practice of the cult of Baal. And I would argue the overwhelming majority of Jews are probably not part of that. Now, I don't go to synagogue. I don't know what they're talking about, but I know the average Jew is not taking part in child sacrifice. So if anyone is out there saying that, I would strongly ask them to reconsider that. Now, that being said, people can get weaponized and people can get, depending on your ideology, you can get manipulated. And let's not forget, you remember those videos that came out last year of people crawling out of tunnels in New York, and they happen to be Jewish?
By the way, there's brand new tunnel footage in the files that came out as well.
So let's talk about that. Yeah. That doesn't mean that if you're Jewish, you should deny that these things exist, but you should also be open to asking, how are some people in this religion being manipulated? And how is it that there seem to be some synagogues where more people are participating? So if you are a Jew, it should be even more urgent for you to get to the bottom of this, because the longer Jews don't talk about this, the more people are going to suspect that Jews are all part of this. So if you were Jewish and you go to synagogue, I would urge you to start bringing up this topic more often and asking, how is it some synagogues and some rabbis are seemingly more involved in this than a lot of people know? And lastly, let's not forget the most widespread child abuse scandal that I can remember in recent history was also perpetuated by the Catholic Church. The priests that were out there raping boys, and it was being covered up at the highest levels. And let's not forget, part of the Catholic religion is to confess your sins, right? So if you were going to start a blackmail operation, it does seem like the Catholic Church does present several ways, to make that happen. So again, it's not about overly focusing on one group. It's about talking about everything that's going on. And if you're Jewish, again, I urge you to loudly speak out about this. So, more Jews can be seen to be pushing back. And again, I want to commend Normal Finkelstein, who did you see that email, Matt? There was an exchange
when he said,
came out.
No, thanks. I want nothing to do with that.
Exactly. Yeah. So again, this is the reaction that I would guess the majority of Jews would have. But let's not kid ourselves. There's a Muslim ISIS, and there's also an extremist group within the Jewish community that is bringing down the name of all Jews, the same way how ISIS brought down the name of Islam. So talk about it, call it out. Don't shy away from the conversation, and don't accuse anyone who's worried about it of being anti-Semitic.
And the comparison to ISIS is perfect, because we fund that as well. Mm-hmm. We fund these things, and that's why you're going to see this commercial on Super Bowl Sunday, because we fund the thing to show you that there's this extreme thing and we have to stop it, and we have to do everything we can to stop it. We fund the thing to show you the thing. That's the point. And so we'll do that. So we pit people against each other in those camps. They've been playing us our whole lives, and no, we're not falling for that shit anymore. But I like the way you broke that down there, Jay. Just really quick on this, because we were in the kind of the Pizzagate rabbit hole. To remind people that was 10 years ago when you were called a QAnon conspiracy theorist. There was a reporter, his name was Ben Swan. He was the first to air a Pizzagate segment, which is where he went into the Hillary Clinton emails. Now, we were talking about the WikiLeaks that exposed, right? So Julian Assange has exposed all of the deception on the Bernie side, all that stuff. We were looking at that, but at the same time, there were these emails, there were all this little code words, right? And everybody dismissed it. But it turned out It's all been validated. All of that is true. The code words are absolutely everywhere in these files. And it reminded me of
if you search pizza in the Epstein files, never mind, you got it.
Well, this is one of them. The head count for, so you have one of these files here. This is from 2007. You guys can see it's a head count for pizza. This is just an example. Are you sure this might not be a Jim Jones Kool-Aid event? TKL, please eat my slice. Okay, so what is that? Well, that's just I guess they're talking about pizza, right? No, who in the Austin office today is going to want some pizza? We only have one slice, and we need to know how many to slice, right? How thinly to slice it. This is from August of 2007. So there's a whole bunch of them, but this is the pizza. You mean this. Oh my God, look at this one, radiating a soft glow. This look of bliss and excitement. Yeah, that's the pizza all of a sudden has a bliss and excitement and a glow. Wow, they must really, really like their pizza. Well, turns out this is the code names. We already knew this. And if you put this out there earlier, like 10 years ago, you were canceled. I mean, I told you guys that the reporter, his name was Ben Swan. He was fired immediately when he aired this thing. He was doing an actual investigation, and he saw that hot dog meant boy and that pizza meant girl. And there are all these codes. This stuff is, we've known it. So this has been validated now. You know who else has been validated? Jim Caviezel, who did the film. He acted in the film. You guys remember we talked about it on the show. It was Sound of Freedom. That's a movie that they were calling a QAnon piece. He says, no, there's something, we have to make these film. And then I just want you guys to hear, this is Jim Caviezel being vindicated, but he still looks very troubled because this isn't about winning. This isn't about being right. This isn't about saying, I told you so, I was right. He's reliving the trauma that he went through when he first talked about adrenochrome, when he first talked about this stuff. Listen to his own words. This is what happens when you have courage and you speak out on things and people don't want to hear it and they want to make jokes about it. And Stephen Colbert wants to joke about it on his show. Guess what? It was all real.
That's not true. It's C9H9NO3. This is a chemical compound that is absolutely, this has been around in modern science since the 1930s. You can actually, there's a synthetic form and there's a regular natural form, which is caused by torturing little kids to get their adrenaline up, essentially, and then extracting it from them. When you sit and meet, and so I brought this up a few years ago, and all of a sudden I was attacked by every media. Look it up. It's there. They absolutely went after me. And the next day, I never heard from my agency for 14 months. My lawyers let me go. My agency never called me after that. And essentially I was done.
So, and the reason we're able to say you've been vindicated, man, is because it's all over these files now. We know this was true. We know this was true. And I it makes this moment very important for us to kind of, take a breath and say, the work that these people have been doing, it's on one hand, it's good. Yes, it's good to say, we were right, but it's also very tragic that people got silenced and bullies and lost their careers. But it goes to show you that when you do the right thing, generally it's an uphill battle, and you have to pay the price. As we know on this show, we've been paying the price for standing up against Israel and their crimes, and that's what happens. And you got the surveillance state, you got the censorship, you got the making it criminal, taking people off their platforms and locking people up, as we know it's happening all over Europe. And so we know that this is the technique. So if there's one thing we can learn from this, let's just learn that all those conspiracy friends you thought you had that you were making fun of, let's extend a hand right now. Let's extend a hand and say, hey, you don't have to, if you don't want to say I'm sorry, don't say you're sorry if you don't mean it. But at least let's go for understanding and empathy that we're all trying here.
This doesn't mean every single conspiracy theory that's ever been said is going to be true. And I remember hearing about the adrenochrome thing, and my reaction was like, nah, like there's no way. That doesn't make any sense. There's no way politicians are out here drinking the blood of tortured babies. And here we are.
The way I found out about adrenochrome was watching the movie Monsters on what is it called? Yeah, the Pixar film from 2000. They told us in a children's Pixar film about
I don't
adrenochrome.
even remember that.
It's
I might have to go.
No, it's in a kid's film. You can go watch it. They tell you that the monsters they need the it's like this red liquid that goes up the tubes. So they have to jump out of the closets, scare the kids, and it helps them survive. It's like their fuel. And the kids you have to scare. So the whole movie is about monsters scaring kids, and you scare them so the kids will get this kind of flow of energy, and then it'll go through a tube, and they make it red. They don't have to make it red. It turns out to be red. They don't say it's blood, but I'm saying they made it red for some reason. This weird energy the monsters in the closet need to survive. It's off of Fear of Children. It's in a Pixar film. Go check it out. Monsters Inc. That was it. Monsters Inc. Look it up. Go watch it. It's fun for the whole family, guys. Back in 2000. Go watch it. They're telling you about adrenochrome. So I'm just saying they drop little hints around. So there you go. Yeah, go check out Monsters Inc. That's the film. Okay. Jay, let's go ahead and end that for now. I know we had some update on US Iran. Do you have like 10 more minutes? We can do this real quick.
Yeah, let's do it around.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to start with this. Actually, you know what? Let's just throw this up because I like the intro. I like the intro. Here we go. It's World War III Watch. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott. We're looking at all the developments since some would say distraction of the Epstein drops, but as that's been happening, we also have tensions escalating. Obviously, they've been escalating. Trump, U.S., Iran conflict happening there. Really getting ready for an all-out war with Iran, setting up the pieces. We were showing you guys that, and then the Epstein files dropped, and we were like, is this a distraction or is it not? Well, it turns out whether it's a distraction or not, it turns out there has been these talks that originally, I guess we got word that it was that they were canceled, and then they were set in motion again. And what are these talks about? They're talks about negotiating a nuclear arrangement with Iran on behalf of the fact that if Iran doesn't cooperate, Israel's going to take care of business one way or another. And I think that's really the game plan here. But let's look at how quickly, because Jay, you sent this to me, how quickly things turned around within like 2.5 hours. So we got this report that the nuclear talks between U.S. and Iran, they were completely canceled. That doesn't seem good. But then within 2.5 hours, the same news outlet, Bricks News, reports, no, they are now agreeing to go back to the negotiations. I'm not exactly sure what happened in that 2.5 hour period.
I can tell you what happened. So more details seem to have come out. And long story short, America, we told Iran, hey, part of these negotiations are going to be your ballistic missile program. Iran said, and we essentially told them, take it or leave it. That's part of the negotiations. Iran said, no, never mind. We don't want to do it then. We'll leave it. And so America said, okay. And then they came back, I guess, and realized that, okay, we do at least want to keep them thinking that there's a negotiation happening. So we'll put the talks back on. But long story short, we want their ballistic missile program, not the nuclear program, but their ability to defend themselves to be part of the talks. And just so people understand from Iran's perspective, we have bases throughout Europe with the ability to strike Iran. And Iran essentially just wants to be able to defend themselves, to shoot back at people that are shooting at them. So me personally, Matt, I don't want to see anybody shoot at anyone. Right. However, if we are threatening Iran and we have bases all over the world, and Iran is under the impression that they could be attacked from any of these bases, they want the ability to defend themselves. So, at the end of the day, Iran has not attacked American homeland. Iran has not even attacked Israel directly until Israel attacked them. Now, Iran funds some proxies, what we are calling proxies. Some people would call freedom fighters, but Iran funds some groups. we fund some groups. So it's like, you know, and we are telling them, you have to stop your support. You have to, you know, for these groups, you have to stop your ballistic missiles program or limit it so the range is essentially ineffective. And you have to agree not to even have nuclear energy like in your country. So they said no. So we are now saying apparently that the talks like will be limited, you know, to the nuclear program. And the whole back and forth started after Marco Rubio went and made a speech talking about how ballistic missiles are going to be part of the negotiations. That's when everything got canceled. And then we reached out, you know, and put it back on after the fact. So what do I expect? I mean, I'm not going to, you know, kill the lead. So you have some more things you wanted to put up.
Yeah. So this was the Israel giving the green light to attack Iran's ballistic program. Was that what this is? It was really a military correspondent for Channel 14 threatens unilateral action if the U.S. does not address Israel's red lines in negotiations. Really? Wow. He also claims that Israel has received the green light for military action against Iran's ballistic missile program. Yeah. And this is the quote where he's talking about this is it sounds legit. They're giving the green light. This is the actually this was the accompanying video of the missile. Wait, hold on. Let me see. I got this. Oh, right. Okay. So we had so Iran actually went ahead and seized the missiles, right? That's what I got here? Yes. This then happened. Oh wait, no, there was a new missile. Okay, so Iran unveiled. Can you help me walk this through, because all this kind of broke at the same time, Jay. I'm trying to get the timeline correct.
Iran is unveiling more and more powerful missiles as we're threatening them and telling them to stop building missiles. So we want to be able to go around and punch everybody in the face. And if someone decides, you know what, I want the ability to fight back, so I'm going to take some karate classes, then we are now threatening, all right, well, if you don't stop taking this karate class, I'll just kill you. How about that? So, you know, that's kind of what's happening here. We've been able to go around bullying everyone for a very long time. And we are now in a position where Russia has exposed to the world that the entire collective West lacks the ability to shoot down hypersonic missiles. Iran also proved that, you know, during the last 12-day war last year, because we hit Iran and we were supposed to have this superb defense and we can shoot down anything they send at us. And Iran beat the hell out of Israel so bad that Israel was the one who asked for the ceasefire. And since that 12-day war, they have now unveiled more powerful hypersonic missiles, which is what you're looking at over here. Apparently, this missile goes Mach 16 in space and then comes back down and descends on Israel. And they have the ability to maneuver it. So you can't shoot something down if it's going that fast and if it's changing direction. So, you know, what do I expect? And this is why it's hard for me to believe personally that Zionists are at the top, because this is suicidal. If you were in Israel right now and you were cheering this along, you're a dumb motherfucker. I'm sorry to say, you are dumb if you are cheering this along, because Iran can destroy your whole country. And there's nothing that America can do to really stop that. Because
ability to do. So how can this end? And by the way, you mentioned earlier the connection of the timeline, and we said there's a distraction element in place. Some think that, others are saying that you have to nudge. And I use this language because Netanyahu uses it. Sometimes you have to nudge people. You have to nudge Elon to get us Twitter, right? You have to nudge Trump. Get it going. Come on, Trump. It's not enough. You set everything up. You set up all of the weapons. You got it. We have to attack. We have to attack Iran. If you don't do it, we're going to nudge you, maybe with a little Epstein file drop. Who knows? I'm not saying, I don't think I'm necessarily in that camp, but I'm saying what is the mechanism now that's going to stop this from happening? Is this going to go through at this point?
Well, you know, Professor Jiang, you know, has a theory that essentially, you know, when he reads the Zionist doctrine and his take of, you know, some of the beliefs that he sees, you know, in the Zionist world based on what he's read in the Talmud, is he's under the impression that Israel wants the whole world to turn against it and to not like it. So when it looks like Israel is about to be defeated because the whole world is against them, that's when God's hand will intervene and then come and protect Israel. So, you know, could that be part of the reason why we're seeing this release? Because again, if you're not part of the government or the mainstream media, then your reaction to seeing this is like, oh my God, Israel is screwing us over. Like that is most people's reaction as they're looking through these emails. So if that's the theory you're going with, it does kind of line up that they don't care if people hate them because they want people to hate them because that's part of their end times, you know, prophecy. And then you have the Christian Zionists, you know, who believe that, you know, people in Israel will be sacrificed and then the rest of the Christians will go to heaven, 400,000 or something like that. I forget what the actual number is. So you have Christian Zionists who want the whole world to hate Israel. You have Israeli Zionists who want the whole world to hate Israel. And, you know, you have Muslims like, and you have some, I mean, I forget how some people are tying Muslim ideology into it too. But long story short, there is a suicidal and an apocalyptic ideology amongst several of these religious groups. So me personally, you know, what do I actually think is going to happen? What I think is going to happen, and, you know, and again, I do not want anyone to die personally. I do not want any US troops to die. I do not want any Iranians to die. I would prefer if no Israelis died. I don't want anyone to die. But what do I think is going to happen? What I personally think is going to happen, not what I want, but what I think is going to happen, is that more than likely, the peace talks aren't going to go anywhere. Israel is probably going to shoot some missiles off at Iran, and Iran is going to start firing off missiles at US bases in the Middle East and Israel. And more than likely, Israel is going to take a lot of damage. And my hope is that the amount of damage that they're going to take in this exchange will result in Israel kind of acting more rational. Because my hope is that even though there may be suicidal leaders in Israel, that once Israeli people understand that they're going to lose, that the majority of Israeli people will finally at that point realize, all right, maybe we can't just go around bossing the entire world, and maybe we do need to treat our neighbors a little bit more respectfully. Because to be honest with you, I expect American bases to likely take a lot of damage. And, you know, again, this is not what I'm hoping for, but we can't shoot down their hypersonic missiles. And they have a bunch of very powerful hypersonic missiles. And there, I don't know if you saw the other tweet I sent you, but, you know, Israeli media is reporting that Saudi Arabia has given Iran the green light to attack U.S. military bases in their country. So if Saudi Arabia is doing that, and they're one of the richest, most powerful countries in that region, what are other Arab countries? You know, how are they going to react to it? And so a possible result may be a new security architecture in the Middle East where Iran finally somewhat unites with some of the Arab countries. Because if you're Saudi Arabia and you're offering Iran the ability to do that, you're literally telling Iran, listen, we'll put our differences aside and we'll work to secure ourselves. And let's not forget, even though Saudi Arabia has done deals with Israel under the table, they still actually haven't officially recognized Israel as a country, and they have not officially joined the Abraham Accords. So, you know, like, it is possible that they realize that Israel is unsustainable, and maybe there is a more regional unity, which will either force Israel out the region entirely, or it'll result in Israel actually making a real effort to give Palestine a state, maybe revert back to those 1967 borders, and maybe actually start trying to make peace with their neighbors instead of constantly threatening to destroy their whole country. So that would be that would be, if there is going to be a war, obviously I am not rooting for any American soldiers to die or any people to die overall. But if there is going to be a war, that would probably be the best possible outcome that we could hope for. Because in a war, people on both sides are going to die. There's nothing you can do about that. And, you know, it's unfortunate, but we are in the position now where once Israel starts getting attacked, we're going to jump in. This is what, you know, like we have said the entire time, and I don't see any way where, you know, Israel attacks and we let them get clobbered, because this has just been our foreign policy.
Jay Scott, thank you so much for your contribution today, being with us. We got a lot in. We packed it all in. Let people know where they can find you, what's going on.
Appreciate you, man. You know, great work as always. You guys can catch me on X at JS Ascension, or if you're on Upscrolled, just at Jay Scott. And finally, if you want to actually take a little bit of control of what's happening in the country, decentralization is the path forward. I'd encourage everyone out there to visit We the People National, but WTPnational.com. That's where you need to go if you're interested in taking away the power from the Democrat and Republican parties, which both work for the same donors at the end of the day. So appreciate you, Matt. Great work as always. And, you know, stay safe out there, man.
Awesome. Power to the people, Jay. We'll see you next time.
Power to the people.
All right. Jay Scott, everyone. Yeah, I mean, we got some more show for you guys. If you're just tuning in, or if you came in late, don't worry. You can catch all of our replays, and you know the live stay up on Rumble all the time, so you can go back and watch the raw versions, or you can wait for the segments to be uploaded. We get those out on our YouTube and on our Rumble channels, and you're able to go share those out with your people, you know, friends, family, coworkers, colleagues, people you want to have discussions with, people you want to you know, engage with or re-engage with. If you happen to have any fallout or any you know, kind of disagreements on certain things going on in the world, maybe now's the time. Maybe this is the time to reapproach. You can reapproach people with those conversations. The Epstein files shook a lot of stuff up. Maybe people are questioning their allegiance now. Maybe they're starting to do it. It could be. I'm hopeful that there's more people questioning their allegiance now to the thing that they gave their life to. I don't think anyone's going to jail, but I do think this is a moment we can have an awakening and reconnect with people that said F off if you didn't vote for the person that they voted for. Maybe now's the time to kind of, you know, move through that. We're done with that. We're done with it's election time. Time to get with team good guy versus team bad. We're done with that. We're done with that. But no, third party movements are important. We the people is about bringing together people outside of that two-party duopoly. It's not about a particular party. So that's why you should go to Jay's website for We the People. But other than that, we're done. We're done with the two-party duopoly. We're done with the uniparty. Okay, moving on. I think we're ready to talk to you guys now. You've been awesome with the engagement on all our channels, on Rumble, on YouTube. So if you have anything you want to contribute, get your comments ready. We're going to try and get to you guys. We really appreciate your engagement. We're going to do the best we can today with a lot, because we got a lot of you. We'll do our best, which is why I'm so happy we're going to be able to bring in Nurse Leslie to help with this. As you guys know, we like to call this segment Talking Back with Nurse Leslie. Here we go. Talking Back with Leslie. Hey, good to see you.
Hi, Matt. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
We have a million comments, so let's get started here. Great show today. Great guest as always. All right. Hello, everyone. Hi, guys. Hi, Jens. Really cool.
Yeah,
a lot of regulars.
We're talking damage control, guys. We were doing Epstein today, so Epstein's been a big one. Doing damage control discussions, all the maneuvering, all the moving and shaking, all the confusion, all the shakeup. But we're here. We're hearing what you guys have to say now. So go ahead, take it away, Nurse Leslie.
All right. So I think you read all of Citizens on YouTube, right? When they came in. You want me to read those, or you already read them, right?
I think we got them. No, there might have been a couple more. Were there a few more at the end? No.
This one, I think, is one of the first ones from Citizen. Bob Kraft is on an ad. Can make this shit up.
This is the Super Bowl ad. We're going to be seeing this on Sunday, guys. Get ready to protest if you're watching the Super Bowl with friends, family, whoever. Let them know this thing is it's a scam. It's a scam. It's a paid-for scam by the billionaire owner of the New England Patriots. He wants you to know how hard it is to be at school these days. Not because of free Palestine signs, but because other kids like to put little Post-it notes on Jewish kids with backpacks. It's really horribly disturbing. But just let people know that was paid for by Zionist billionaire AIPAC ADL person. Yes.
Hi, Nalem. Good to see you guys here. So I don't know how many people are from Los Angeles here, but at the very least, you, Matt, you know Pico Robertson area. That is where I used to work for about 6-7 years in an elementary school. So you can imagine the type of population and the diversity we had in that school. In the years that I was there, not once did I see any of that you're talking about. Not one time. It was quite the opposite. It was quite the opposite. It was the tables were turned, actually. There was a lot of harassment on other children.
Yeah, and I would have to say, I'm more confident talking about this now because we've done it for a while and we've had to because of, we've been covering this since the genocide started, but in learning about the Nakba, learning about that this has been going on forever. But I can say as a Weinglass, as you know, Leslie, this is something I can attest to myself. The bullying in school. I told a story earlier in the show about a kid taking a baseball bat and literally swinging it at my skull, and I only was able to duck because I saw the reflection through the sun the shadow on the school ground. I could see it on the cement, and I saw the bat going, and so I ducked. But that's a traumatic story that I almost got knocked in the skull with a metal bat in 7th grade. So what I'm saying is, as a Weinglass, no, I've had every name called to me, everything you have to deal with as a kid, every physical altercation, fights, and just being pushed in the bat and just having to stand up for yourself and figure out how do you maneuver through that. The one thing I never had was somebody calling me a dirty Jew. Ever. It's not a thing. I never saw anybody else do it. Not a thing. What we're seeing now is free Palestine. We're seeing that at schools, which is amazing. But yeah, don't fall for it, guys. Don't fall for that. That's our biggest problem right now in school and for our school's health, for the health of our children. As RFK says, the biggest problem right now on college campuses for health concerns is anti-Semitism. No, all bullshit.
That doesn't happen. I was called was it a dirty? It was a something Mexican one. But guess what, Matt? I was an adult, and it was by a patient of mine, a psychiatric patient. And that hasn't happened to me as a child or a teenager, an adolescent or young adult. It happened in my nursing years.
Wait a minute. You were called a dirty Mexican kind? Oh my God. That sounds like the worst thing that could ever happen to any kid ever. I'm shocked that you had to get tough skin and get through that. You didn't have a billionaire buying a commercial on the Super Bowl for you? That didn't happen? I would think you would need that.
And a part of me was like, oh, well, I am, 50% Mexican. It's not going to insult me, whatever. I'm not going to say that whole people of whatever race this person was is a racist or a special word.
But if they are, they look like a complete idiot loser. And it's kind of embarrassing that they would do that. And if they're going to go through life doing that, that's on them, not on you. Isn't that what we're supposed to learn as kids? That's on them, not on you. They didn't physically come at you. They didn't do anything to hurt. They're just like, if that's what you want to say, that's what you want to say. Just come on, get over it. There's other things that kids need to be worried about besides Post-it notes on their backpacks. That's all I'm saying.
From Citizen, a couple of them. Thank you so much, Citizen, for all your support always. Don't sweat it, Matt. YouTube can't stop the storm.
Yeah, that was in reference to the censorship he mentioned earlier. But yeah, we tough it through.
You're afraid of, huh? Larry and Serg are PDFs. I know what that word is, but
PDF is the new code. It works. But yeah.
All right. Oops, I already put that one. I know you read this one, I think. Thank you so much, Deep Green VO, $5. Where's Ben? I mean, Bullshit Piro. Michael Tracy, Megan Kelly. Oh, that Megan. When they were saying he's no PDF or there are no files now with this latest batch. Thank you so much for that.
They're so good at going in and out of the shadows when they're needed. And I mentioned earlier that Megan Kelly came right out and she's already showing her. She's just like acting. I don't know. She's acting like she didn't say those things. Ben Shapiro hasn't yet come out of hiding. Michael Tracy has not come out of hiding. But when they do, they're just going to do what they're going to do. I mean, we saw Dan Bongino go back to work, calling himself the pod father. He's back on Rumble. And you're like, how can these people go back and do something when we're going to be like, no, they get to do that because they get to control. They got their own PR team. They can control what they put out there. And yes, they're going to get attacked on Twitter by people calling them out, rightfully so, but it doesn't matter. They can they can come and go whenever they please and make the case for themselves and pretend they never said the thing and then gaslight you for having a problem with it. That's the game. That's the game.
All right. Thank you, Deep Green VO. And that is a great photo of you. Very cool. All right. And then I'm sure you read this one too from Citizen. Very anti-Mexicanic of Jay. Yeah. F those two ice. Thank you, Citizen. And Rumble Rants don't show, so I'm just going to post this as the homeless left.
The one from Longmeadow, I think I got that one up. I had, yes.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Longmeadow says the Epstein to Thiel email Rothschild mentioned that you just showed reveals something many have overlooked. Epstein also mentions he would be in Europe 2020 to 2028. In my opinion, Epstein is still alive. A lot of people believe that. I mean, my mom believes that, Matt.
It's absolutely possible. I mean, we got these eyewitness reports from the jail saying that they would swap him out. So I think that's something we need to look at, and we haven't done an actual segment on that yet, but oh my God, there's so much. Leslie, there's so much.
I know.
We do the work. I just want people to know that we're doing the work. We're doing it for you because we have to. And it's not enough to say, they're just giving us what they want us to see, whatever. Fine, that might be true, but we still have to go through this stuff and we have to figure out how to present it to you. Not just because we're not trying to fill time. We got guys, we do 4-hour show here like twice a week. We don't need to fill time. We're doing this because we want to give you guys the tools where you can go out there and start conversations, because this is supposed to be confusing. It's supposed to be overwhelming. You're supposed to not know what to do when somebody comes at you on your social media and calls you an anti-Semite, and you're like trying to connect the dots with Epstein and the Mossad and show it to them. We're trying to give you tools to use so you can have a starting point and an end point. And that's why we try to do segments, but it's hard. Everything bleeds together a lot of the times, but we're doing our best, and we know you guys are with us.
If it was up to Matt, you would have like a 10-hour show.
There's
so much.
I don't want a 10-hour show. I said
there's just so much to talk about, so much to review and analyze. All right, but there are a ton of comments, you guys. Thank you so much for the people that supported. And if you can't support with money, you can like and subscribe and share our channel. Thank you, guys. And I'll read a couple of these other ones from Restless Native 781. May God bless Palestine and her people, the most courageous people in the world. Thank you for that comment. And if those are your puppies, how cute. Thank you. Another one from Deep Green VO. Matt, how much eyeliner? I thought this one was funny. How much eyeliner is JD Vance wearing, pushing culture wars, and he accuses the left with? Man, Epstein sure funded what the ruling class does behind the scenes. Oh, he felt pretty that day. Okay, Deep Green VO. Pittsburgh dude 87. I'm from 87. Megyn Kelly has gone full retard in an attempt to appeal to the lowest common denominator. That, or she is in fact the lowest common denominator. Ooh, great comment. I like that comment. Thank you, Pittsburgh dude. Let's see. Shadow Walker. I believe every FBI agent that failed to follow up on leads all the way up to the chain of command to presidents are guilty of conspiracy. Thank you, Shadow Walker.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Pittsburgh dude, I like this one too. I believe Bill Gates when he says he never met any women through Epstein. Girls, on the other hand, questionable, right, Pittsburgh? Thank you. TTWSUF. I think I asked every single Thursday, what does TTWSUF mean? Free Palestine. Thank you for that comment. Yeah. Antonio, I think you're right. Nice picture of you too. All right, let's see. Let me read this one. Kaylee Jones 2902. Turns out Second Amendment people and libertarians are all bootlickers.
Well, hopefully not all of them. Hopefully some of them saw that this is total BS, and that why would you be okay with the thing that you fought for your whole life? Why would you be okay with that? Okay.
Did it remove me, my video?
No, now we hear you, but we don't see you. You're in a box. Let me
I don't know why this happens sometimes.
We have the same issue on our end here. Let me take your box off and see if you can start over. Just reset. Let's see. We'll get her back in. We'll get her back in, folks. Don't you worry. She's trying a little switch out here. Man, it's so weird. Like even yesterday, I was the last show we were on with Kelly Lane, and all of a sudden, like we were finishing up the show, we were almost done with the segment, and all of a sudden, I go off, and she's like, "Uh-oh, I'm on," and people were like, "Kelly, you got this. He's coming. He'll be back in." And she's like, "Uh-oh, I'm on here," and she held her own. She did it, but it was literally just a few minutes there. Okay. I think we're attempting to bring back in, but we don't have a picture yet from you. I see your box, Leslie, but I don't see a picture just yet. Okay, now I do. Okay, I think we're good. Here we go. Let's try it again. Okay.
Oh, sorry guys. I don't know why that happens.
No, that happens. It's all good. We got you.
I'll read this one from Eno Shadow Walker. ICE uses orange pepper spray that is bear spray. In most states, it's illegal to spray people with bear spray unless deadly force is justified. The EPA classifies it as a pesticide, as attempted murder. I have noticed multiple videos with that orange pepper spray. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, let's just drop pepper spray from our lexicon. Let's just drop it, because we don't know what's in. Every time we see it, let's just do this. Let's call it chemical spray.
Freaking chemicals, yeah.
Because we know it's chemicals. We don't know. We have to look at it. Some of it is bear spray. Some of it might be pepper spray. They're experimenting with all these new different compounds and chemicals. Let's just call them chemical spray from now on, because I think that we got the term pepper spray kind of lessens its severity. We were told we kind of had that verbiage earlier in our, like, when we didn't think, oh yeah, that's a thing. That's what you get somebody away from you if you're afraid. You're walking down like a girl in the alley, use a pepper spray. No, this is like a military grade weaponry that they have. So let's just call it what it is. It's chemical spray. They're spraying at us chemicals. So let's just say that and stop it with it's pepper spray, whatever. That's not what's happening here.
But even using the term bear pepper spray, bears are, I don't know, 800-pound animals. That is crazy to use that on human beings.
Yeah, like horse tranquilizer, like that.
Oh,
I'm just saying it's another
or horse paste. Yeah.
Or horse paste. Let's not forget the horse paste, guys. You don't want to. There's gunshot victims not being seen. Guys, come on, stop. You're not a horse. Come on. You're not a dog. You're not a horse. Don't use horse paste, guys. Do you want gunshot victims not to be seen because you overdosed on ivermectin? Come on.
Let's see. From Manimus, in other words, the problem with Putin, etc., is that all the other countries are not a problem because Israel controls them. Wow. Thank you, Manimus, for tuning in.
Yeah, funny how all of the people we were told are the evil guys, right? All of our enemies, whether it's Putin, Xi Jinping, whether it's what about our old friend in North Korea?
North Korea, yeah.
Yeah, and so Kim Jong, right? And then you have all these. It turns out none of them are on the list. Isn't that interesting? Mentioned, but not. There's nothing like Putin saying no. I don't want to have a deal with and then talking about we got to kill Putin and switch him out. Like that's in the files. Like we have to kill him, and we can switch him out with someone that'll work with us. So basically all the people that said no to this are the people we're supposed to hate. Really? It's completely backwards. It's completely backwards. But okay. By the way, Iran's not in the files either. Just to be clear, there's nothing. So there you go. Right. Oh, by the way, Venezuela not in the files. Imagine that. Nothing there about Venezuela. Wow. Who would have guessed it?
Longmeadow, Les from the email of Epstein to aid the Rothschild, the Ukraine appeal should provide many opportunities. Many. Don't think of the war aspect. Only think also about human trafficking and monetary. Thank you, Longmeadow.
Great point, Longmeadow. Because we were talking about investments, BlackRock, all of the. We know what that proxy war was about. We know it was about positioning and the money laundering. But what Longmeadow is saying here is what we know about the dead Ukrainians, or a massive amount, as Leslie Graham said, told us. Lindsey Graham said to us, down to the last Ukrainian. Well, those Ukrainians that were getting killed, one after the next, they're missing organ parts, right? Just missing organ parts. Where do they go? So there's an absolute opportunity when they say opportunity here for us, not just the monetary opportunity. It's the human trafficking and the organ trafficking. That's also part of it. P.S. Palestinians also have missing organs when the bodies are recovered. That's really interesting and awful and disgusting. It seems to happen a lot. I don't know why, but there's a lot of organs going missing throughout all this. So,
and if that's your picture, Longmeadow, and your dog, that's really cute. Oh, all right. Let's see, utopians. I'm against Jewish supremacy. I think, yeah, I agree with you, and I'm against any type of supremacy. No one's better than anyone. Thank you for that comment, Jungle Jer. If you're offended by hearing the words white supremacist, you might be a white supremacist. In addition, if you're offended by hearing the words Jewish supremacist, then
connecting the dots there. I like that, Jungle Jer.
Here's for you, Matt. Yeah, thank you, Jungle Jer. Matt, here's for you. Likes that bind. How can a person be a Christian Zionist?
I think it's the way any Zionist. I think the way Jay was just explaining, like we have to understand how people are captured, how they're tricked, how they're Jews are also tricked, Christians are tricked, all of them. Everybody can be tricked into something because you capture them. There's techniques to capture. We talk about our education system being captured. The church is absolutely captured. We know evangelist churches have been captured. Even today, they still go. They recruit pastors from these churches. They go to Israel. They learn the methodology. They learn the talking points. They F up the Bible. They focus on different passages. They eliminate others. We know the King James Bible that replaced the Bible in 1912. We know that Palestine was removed from the map, was literally removed from the Bible. So yes, there is a system in place to capture. And as Jay also said, when you realize this, you should be the most vocal about it. Jews and Christians alike should be vocal about when they call it out and they go, "Oh shoot, I was tricked." Seth Rogen said, "I was tricked. I thought in Hebrew school they told us that there was this empty place waiting for Jews in 1948. I didn't know. They lied to me." So you have your Tucker Carlsons and your Candace Owens. These were people who were considered Christian Zionists. Now they're turned I guess you would say humanitarians, because they're saying we see the capture and we're not gonna take it anymore. We're calling it out. We're calling BS.
I'll read this one from a longtime listener. As a Jew, I feel it's important to call out Jewish supremacy, just like it's important to call out white supremacy. Acknowledging these ideologies doesn't mean that all Jews or whites are supremacists. Thank you, longtime listener.
Yep.
Jungle Jer agrees. Thank you. We need a bunch more of you guys to fight this nonsense. Thank you, Jungle Jer.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. I'll read this one. Longmeadow responding to lies that bind. Christian Zionists think that they have the answers of using hate, violence, theft, and subjugation in the name of God and Son Jesus. They do not represent the great creator. Thank you, Longmeadow.
Thank you for that.
Let's see. I'll read this one from Jungle Jer. Who are these people who weren't anti-Semitic, but then were waiting around, saw the genocide, and then thought to themselves, "Gee, I hate Jews now. Not the IDF, just Jews." That's not a thing. I agree with you, Jungle Jer. Thank you.
Yeah. But remember, the ADL has put into their philosophy, their doctrine, that the new definition of anti-Semitism is that you actually do have a problem with the IDF. You have a problem with Israel. You are anti-Semitic. That's counted as a crime. They actually log it. They log it as a hate crime. So they're not just saying that, you're saying you have a problem with Jews. They're saying, no, if you have a problem with the IDF, you are anti-Semitic. If you criticize an IDF soldier for posting a what do you call it, an Instagram story about them dressed up in the children's clothes and they're wearing bras of the women they just murdered and riding around on tricycles and smiling at the camera. If you have a problem with that, that's anti-Semitic. They're putting that in the definition. So you actually can be in trouble for criticizing the IDF, not just Jews, is what they're saying.
From YouTube, oh, cute kitty. You cannot vote out fascism. That's
no. This one is the Super Bowl. Oh, you just read the name. Oh, you cannot vote out fascism.
Yes. Sorry.
Great name. Great
I was
handle.
intrigued. Yeah, I was intrigued by the font. How do you do that? Okay, cool.
That's a great, yeah,
I got distracted easily.
You
Sorry.
call it a handle? That's a handle, yeah?
It's a handle, but it's like a cool font. I don't know
Yes.
how they do that. People should be boycotting the Super Bowl. It's rigged anyway to fleece bettors. Yeah, I feel pretty bitter about this year's Super Bowl, Matt, to be honest. I'm excited about Bad Bunny,
But who are we? We don't like the Seahawks, but did you know, now we know that the New England Patriots owner is a Zionist piece of shit. Like, what are we even rooting for here? I mean, I guess at this point, I'm going to say for Seattle to kick the shit out of them, but
I agree with you. I had a conversation with someone like an hour ago, and I was like, I will change teams for these exact reasons. All right. Thank you for that comment. I like this comment too. From Life Zapline. Jungle Jerry, most people will never entertain the fact that the German history in World War II is not accurate. Thank you, Life Zapline.
The reason nobody's going to entertain that is because the way they're introduced to it is in an inauthentic way. They're told, did you know there's Holocaust deniers out there? See, we fell for that. Holocaust denier. You're like, well, that's not, no. The argument, and if you guys ever have these conversations with people, don't just start at a place of understanding. Always start with hey, there might have been stuff they left out. That's a good place to start, right? And it's the same with any of these topics. When we're called deniers, remember science denier, you're a science denier.
Mm-hmm.
No. We're just starting from a place, the best place to start the conversation, whether it's in COVID, whether it's in World War II, Nazi Germany, whatever the topic is, the best way is to say, there might have been some information left out. Did you know that? So you're not saying no, everything you were told is true. So just let's start with that. Everything is true. However, here's some information that we weren't told. Start with that. That's a good starting point. That's all. That's my advice.
Thank you. Let's see. I like this one from Yona Aniwuri. Thank you. That's the one with the Yoda with the hat. Matt is right on point. Thanks. The dingo ate me, baby. Most people bond over beer. They bond over baby blood. Oh, that's when we switch topics to the other things.
Oh my God. I saw it. I can't play it now. I don't want to. It's just,
oh no.
Megan Fox in an interview describing her and her, I don't know, husband, boyfriend, whoever the hell it is, and they're they do blood rituals. They drink each other's blood.
Oh, what is wrong with us humankind?
And the people you can hear I don't know if it's the sound guy or somebody on the side is saying off camera, off mic, saying, what, wait, she will describe what he does. And I need to have your soul now. And she's laughing and she thinks it's funny. And like, does that really happen? She goes, well, in a way, yeah, I'm not saying it didn't happen. Ha ha ha. She's like, ha ha ha. You guys I got to get it for next week. It's really bad. We'll do a Hollywoke. Check a box, baby. You got a certain amount of, how many of your kids ended up being the wrong sex? Check. Blood ritual, check. In the club, baby. In the club.
Weird. I think Longmeadow agrees with me. Evil is never eradicated on this planet. As long as there are humans on this planet, then evil just relocates. Oh my God. All right, let's see. Utopians, all the bad people rule us, but most people are good. I like your positive and optimistic way of thinking. Thank you, Utopians.
Most people are good.
Let's see what Citizen says. There will be a lot of bullying going on next Sunday. Seattle is going to push around the Patriots. I hope so. I didn't like them for a personal reason, but I want them to win now.
We're with you. Yeah.
What is Asia U30 or 30? She said we were posing as Jews while we were in fact Satanists. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's in regards to Epstein's niece, who was speaking about her childhood growing up as in this cult, and she's saying the posing as Jews because of the capture of, we talk about capturing, but the entire thing was way worse than Jewish supremacy. Jewish supremacy was the tool you use, but behind the scenes, you're doing these disgusting, horrible, satanic, just these rituals that were just awful. And you could see like how affected you could be going through this. And there's so many signs of this. We have so much of it. It's not just the Epstein file drop, guys. It's just the Epstein files are validating these stories that we already were told. And so we have to go back and look at them now with different eyes and go, oh shit, Pizzagate was real. Oh shit, Look at these people going, look at these survivors going on Oprah in the 90s and telling the stories to Oprah about babies being born off the grid, no social security number. They're born in secret, and then we eat them and to get their blood and adrenaline. It's wow. Holy effing wow. But yeah, it's using people. But the thing that's happening behind the scenes, we're not being talked about at all.
From Manimus, I'm sure that Epstein is proud of being part of Baal cult. Probably told all people that he trusted about it and converted them to it by sacrificing, children and doing all the crap to them. Wow. Thank you, Manimus.
I bet they feel better about the sacrificing when it's not children that they have to identify as human beings, because you get them off a grid, you steal them from another country, you take them at a border. You create a war, whether it's a war in Ukraine, you just take people you just take whatever, you just take them and they're off the grid. So they don't count. They don't count as humans. I'm sure it's harder to do it when you're literally kidnapping children, when the parents are like, where did our kids go? But maybe it's not, maybe they don't give it. Maybe it doesn't effing matter. Maybe you just get a child and you just do the thing and you sleep well at night because you're in this. I don't know. It's just no way to wrap your head around the severity of the insanity of it, the disgustingness of it. I can't.
Mary just said, can you imagine killing all those kids for their blood and still looking like shit? That's very good, Mary. Thank you.
Wow.
I just read that. From JWC Lau, YouTube, many Jewish rabbis openly promote Palestinian genocide with no pushback by Jews. From Laith Maruf. Thank you, JW. I'll read this one. Joseph Smith was a Freemason. He started the Mormon LDS. Yes,
Joseph Smith was a Freemason. We did. Jay's been doing some great work on that. We've been talking about Freemasons, starting Mormonism the exact same time they started. Freemasons started Zionism. It seems like, or at least they elevated around that same early 1800s, mid 1800s time. And it's the same philosophy of it's the same philosophy. You can see it, and I won't get into it now, but you guys, it comes from the same roots. Yes, Freemasons.
Matt, what about this one from Jungle Jare? Is Hillary exposed in the files regarding Pizzagate? I saw a strange post today from an old lefty friend who implied that QAnon people were wrong for calling out Hillary back then.
Okay, so as of now, I haven't seen Hillary mentioned by name. Again, we know the technique of these files was to black out names that we're protecting and then not black out the victims' names. And every once in a while, we can piece together who they were protecting, because you could just, sometimes the black didn't go correctly, or you can see the way people are talking in their language. You're like, oh, this one lines up with this one. So people are doing that work right now, which is very commendable. Hillary, the reason we're saying that the files are proving that Pizzagate is real is because of the code words, right? Because of the stuff we already knew 10 years ago. We knew that pizza is code for girl and hot dog is code for boy, and all the other codes that we already knew are coming up again in these files. So in that regard, yes, Hillary Clinton's been exposed, and but the reason that the lefty friends are they're falling for that the Clintons are in the right, and this is important, because the Clintons right now are using language that's very effective. And Alan Dershowitz is doing the same language. They're saying, we want all the files out. We have nothing. So that's working on a lot of lefties right now. They're going, oh, Trump is trying to change the subject, while the Clintons are saying we want to see everything. The reason they're saying we want to see everything is because they know they're protected, and we're not going to actually see them being implicated. But no, make no mistake. It's not QAnon. This is not, Pizzagate is real, and everything in there checks out with the same stories, the same verbiage, the time stamping of it. But no, we have not, as of now, we have not seen Hillary's name in the files that just dropped. But hey, there's still more to go through. There's 3 million pages. We're not done with the investigation.
Okay, Jungle Jare, I think it's safe to say 70 to 80% of conspiracy theories have been confirmed true, and another 20% are very close or on their way. Thank you, Jungle Jare. We agree with you.
Can we name one that hasn't been proven true? Can you guys think of one? Is there any?
Audience, can you guys think of one that has not been proven true?
Give us one that has been debunked, because I agree with Jungle Jare that there's 20% that are still the jury's still out on, right? So we have, I don't know how many have been proven false. I can think of maybe one.
Which one?
I don't think there's enough
Chemtrails.
evidence.
Just kidding.
I don't think there's enough evidence for flat Earth.
I should have thought of that.
That's the one. Out of all of them, that's the one. I'm like, there's not enough evidence. And I think when I say evidence, I also look at motive and intention. I don't see the financial gain. And now look, I've changed my mind on ones that I wasn't sure. I was like, jury's out. I don't know I used to think, the environment thing, I used to think that was a good cause. Show me the money. Show me the money trail of why we need to create environment problems on purpose. If it's a scam, who's benefiting? Because I thought it was just the oil companies are benefiting from effing the environment. Where's the bet? But once you see the paper trail, you go, oh shit, there is money to be made in saying that we have these issues. There is money so if you can show me the paper trail and the money being made off of flat Earth, I'll reconsider. But I think that one's done. I don't think that one goes anywhere. That's all. That's the only one I could think of.
Naylam, responding to Utopians, privacy should be an amendment. Agreed. Let's see.
It's a good one.
I'll read one more from Naylam. Muslim motto is live and let live. Whenever you hear about, how do you say that word, Matt? Jihadist? Look for CIA, Mossad.
Oh, can I say one more thing about conspiracy theorists?
No. Yes, of course.
Don't be fooled by when they tell you what the argument is and it sounds crazy and it's not really a conspiracy theory. They make stuff up. And I remember Cal Penn sat down with Bill Gates and made a joke. He was mocking conspiracy theories about COVID. And he said, Bill Gates, thanks for being here. I just want to let me get the hard stuff out of the way. And he had an audience so they could laugh along. Like it was this funny moment. And he just said, hey, Bill, I just want to nip this in the bud. Did you put microchips in the vaccine that then went into people's skin and made them into robots or whatever he said? And everybody laughed. So don't fall for the thing they're telling you that the conspiracy theory is when there's an actual thing that they don't want you to look at. So they make up what the argument is when it's not that. So that doesn't count. That's not a thing. Nobody said that. Okay. So I'm just putting that on out there.
From Animus, it's too late for Syria. It's a broken country because of Israel and the US. I feel like a lot of places on earth are broken because of us and Israel. Yeah. Thank you, Manimus. Alrighty. Thank you guys for your wonderful commentary and questions. Always fun to be here. Thanks for tuning in always, to the regulars and to the new people I saw. Really cool. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share this out. Matt, have a fantastic rest of the day. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Thanks, Leslie. Okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. Okay, guys. Thanks. We have a little more show for you here. I guess we just hit the 4-hour mark. So congratulations, guys. It's another 4 hours and more today. So that's because we have a lot of content. Oh, just real quick here. Shadow Walker did answer the question when we said, has there been anything not proven not true? Moon landing. No, I have to say, you might believe that it's true. You can't prove it without a doubt. There's no way you can. So this is one that I think falls into the category at best at the 20% that it's still the jury's still out on it. You can't prove it because there's too much evidence against that it exists, and it does look like all the boxes are checked on that in that regard, as far as the financial gain, the positioning we had with Russia at the time. There's a lot of stuff and you can pull it off with a theatrical presentation. There's a lot of boxes that can be checked. There's a lot of signs about it that don't add up. Not to mention the technology doesn't add up. The reaction of the astronauts when they got back, how they hung their heads in shame. Apparently they were all excited when they were leaving, and then they were just head to the ground. They couldn't even look people in the eye when they got back. So there's so many. So I would not, by no means does moon landing go on the we completely proved it right, it's over, stop looking into it list. No, not at all. At best, the jury's still out. So I just wanted to say that's still a thing. So we should actually keep looking at that one. because that one will always there always seems to be new stuff to look at there. So anyways, let's see here. I was going to do one more thing on Epstein. I'm going to wait. I'm going to save this for next Tuesday. I want to look at some heroic stories that had happened as far as people fighting back. But I will do this. I just need to put this one up. I'm not counting this as a segment, but I did mean to have this up earlier. I wanted people to know that in regards to the conversation about doing the work, which I've always said we have to do the work, even if we're being played and they're only giving us stuff that they want us to see. This is important. This is work that people are doing. It's so important. So we found out somebody saved all of the files, all of the emails, because they knew the shit's going to be taken down. And we're seeing it being taken down today. We're seeing the Rothschild email being eliminated from the website. So look at what this person did. They put together it's Gmail. It's a Gmail account. It's like it looks like like Gmail, but it's Jmail. So if you go to jmail.world, you can actually log in and you can see everything lined up as if you're looking at your own email and you are Jeffrey. It's absolutely brilliant. It's fantastic. You guys should go check this thing out. As the DOJ is busy taking stuff away, we've had people doing work that is commendable like this, because if we all sat around and said, you know what, they're just giving us stuff that they want us to see, who cares? No, they don't think they think we're dumber than we are, and we're not. We're going to stay on top of it. Now, there's a lot of people that will fall for this and be confused and be off on the wrong directions, but we know better. And so that's why we have to look at stuff. We have to go down rabbit holes. We have to ask questions. And in this case, screenshot that shit. That's great. So good for you for doing that. Jmail, go check that out. But yeah, that's how we take it back. That's how the people take back the power. So that's what that is. We'll end with this. We're going to do one loudest voice. We'll do it quick because we do have to get out of here. And then I'll save this other story for next week. We got a good show planned next week, guys. We got a great one. Should I reveal it now? I'm going to reveal it now, and then we'll do the final segment. I'm going to reveal it now. Next Tuesday, it's been made official, guys. Next Tuesday's show, I kid you not, our special guest will be Colonel Anthony Aguilar. Will be with us live on the show next Tuesday. Do not miss it. We'll advertise it before that, but we're going to have a long overdue sit down one-on-one with Anthony Aguilar, and you guys will also be able to throw in your questions and comments into the discussion. So we're very excited about that. That's next week. Okay. And we got a lot of other stuff we're going to get. Obviously, there's going to be a big show Tuesday. Big show. Because whatever goes on over the weekend, we're going to have to catch up on that as well. So with that, let's just end with a loudest voice. This one's interesting. So let's set that up now. Thank you guys all for all your contribution today. Really means a lot. Appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Last segment of the day. We'll just jump right in. Loudest voice of the week. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. This week, we're looking at the conversation that we've been having about Epstein and how we respond to it. How do we as independent journalists, or apparently we're supposed to be independent journalists, we're supposed to be critical thinkers, we're supposed to be not tied to any institution, establishment, money machine that controls what we say and do. This ain't Dan Bongino here, guys. We're not being controlled by something. We're doing the job we're supposed to do. And sometimes we come at each other for different reasons, whether, this person elevated too high. How did that happen? That looks suspicious, or who are they representing? But overall, you guys know that we're trying our best to do the job. So here's the thing. When we get opportunities to go on big outlets, we have these little soundbite moments where we can speak the truth. And we've told you guys the Epstein files should be called the Mossad files. That's what they should be called. We should be able to talk about the Mossad files. We should be able to do it. Now, look, I can do it here on this 4-hour show with you guys and have a good time. But every once in a while, we get a chance to go on a larger network and say something in a smaller soundbite. So I'm going to do this. Loudest voice of the week is going to go not to us here at the Homeless Left, but I'm going to give you a marker of a gauge. So us having a chance, me having a chance to go on RT and knowing that I have to get Mossad in, you can see I was kind of, I mean, I know people said I did a good job. I don't know. I'm going to play the last few minutes of this and show you my attempt at getting Mossad into the discussion when I was asked to go on RT to tell my first impressions of the Epstein drop of the 3 million files. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but you can go on, if you want to see the whole thing, you can go on RT on Rumble and pull up the clip. It's actually it was an 8-minute window. I had 8.5 minutes. It was actually long for them. Usually these are like 5 minutes. I got 8.5. I didn't want to go all crazy like I do on the show with you guys. I got to be real careful with wording sometimes, but I want to make the point, and I was able to get Mossad out. This is not the loudest voice. This is a marker. And then after I show you what I did, I'm going to show you somebody who did it much, much better than me and is what we're aiming to do. But let's just show you the starting point for us that we attempted to have the loudest voice of the week. But we're not giving it to us. But I was attempting on a large network like RT. Check it out. We're going to play. Let's play just the second half. And you can see I'm working my way towards the Mossad discussion. And I get it in there right at the end. Here's the, let me make sure I got this queued up. Okay. This is the second half of the discussion. Here we go.
In Maxwell.
Wait, let me get that question. Hold on. So he's asking me about Maxwell. Let's see. Okay, here we go.
Have been mentioned as Epstein's co-conspirators. How likely are they to face trial, Matt, like Ghislaine Maxwell?
That's hard to say right now. Again, when you say that these files have been released, there have been redactions within those files. There's been very careful maneuvering. There's been lawyers looking at it, trying to figure out how do we keep people out of trial. We can pretend that they're being incriminated here, but is it enough to hold them accountable and bring them to trial? I won't hold my breath that there's actually going to be people going away in handcuffs. Now, you want to talk about handcuffs? That's easy when it comes to people without power. All you got to do is look to the streets of Minneapolis, and you can see people going away, not just in handcuffs, but with bruised and battered faces and bodies to go along with it. Why? Because they don't have any power. They don't have any way to be protected. So if you want to see how the game is played, look at the people in power in this country. They won't get arrested. They're not going to jail. I'm not confident that we're getting any closer to that here at this point.
Yeah, just on that very point, the DOJ's delay in releasing the documents, Matt, could lead many to believe that a thorough probe was being carried out, everything was being combed through, etc. But then we had 3 victims' names published despite promises of privacy. Your take on that mistake?
Well, we know that's not a mistake. That's them saying, this is how we do things. Obviously, you want to protect victims. This is a way they say, look, if you want to keep pursuing this, there's going to be little mistakes that come up along the way, and it's not going to go well for you. So I think it's a signal to these families, to these victims, to these survivors that they might want to take a step back. But like I said, there are a handful of people that are representing these victims in an honest way. That would be Thomas Massie, and he's come out and said, we're not even close. If you think that these millions of pages is enough, we've barely scratched the surface, and he's going to keep fighting along with another handful. We have about 4 or 5 other Congress people that are actually fighting for these victims. But yeah, I don't believe that was a mistake that their names happen to be released. But it's certainly not a mistake that the perpetrators, the actual suspects, the actual men in power committing these crimes, they're still being protected. And that's also on purpose by design.
Man, I know we're amidst all this and much more is yet to come out. But can you summarize what this actually means for America today? This whole situation, the redaction issue, everything is just arising and not arising.
Okay, so here's the window he gave me. Here we go. This is where we have to start talking about Mossad. This is important. Here we go. I think I get it out right at the very end. Yeah, so what this ultimately means, and if we really look carefully at this, the real story here, it's not the horrible things that one person did, or Trump or Elon or any of these other people. What it really is showing us is this operation that was being conducted where Jeffrey Epstein was actually an agent, allegedly an agent of the Mossad. And there's even more proof of that in a lot of these documents. And we also go to the DOJ website and see that some of the stuff they put out already has been redacted from these few hours they've been out. And some of this stuff is very important. And that's why we have independent journalists out here that are doing the due diligence, knowing that that there's a chance that some of this stuff might be taken away once we see it. One thing that sticks out that's very important is that there was a confidential human source that was unclassified by the FBI, a report that alleged that that Trump worked with Israeli influence networks. Jared Kushner is mentioned as functioning as the central power broker during Trump's first term. This stuff has now been removed. And so when you talk about the compromise of Trump, but the compromise of our country, I think that's really the conversation we really need to be having. And when we're not having that, that means that there's a much, much more powerful force behind this than just Trump and his team.
Big issues. Matt, thanks for going through it with us. Live from Los Angeles, filmmaker and host of the Homeless Left podcast, Mr. Matt Weinglass.
All right. So was able to pull that off. They were happy that I, could speak my mind. Nobody gives me, you guys know this on RT. Nobody gives you, nobody gives you notes in advance or what to say, what not to say. That's why we go on there. That's why, because I get to basically just go live and just talk like I'm talking to you guys right now. But having that opportunity, you could still see like I'm kind of careful. I don't want to go too far. I say allegedly this, and I say, but there's more and more proof of this stuff. The loudest voice of the week, I want to give it to somebody who has completely fine-tuned their approach when they have these little moments, and they're going into a lot more harder situations than I had. I'm in this safe space with RT. They're not coming at me, attacking me, telling misinformation to their audience. They're not saying, this host is not saying to their audience that Epstein was a Russian agent. And then I have to kind of try and get a word in and say, no, it's the Mossad. Stop lying. That would be much harder. So I have to say, look, as well as I think people said I did on that, it makes me that much more appreciative and just in awe of people who can nail this in a much harder environment. So the loudest voice this week is going to go, and I've given it to her before, but this is Anna Kasparian, who has this moment where she nails it on this show with Piers Morgan, who just before this moment told his audience that it looks like Epstein is a Russian agent working for Putin this whole time. This is Anna Kasparian nailing the moment she has, knowing that she's going to get pushback, but she says it anyway. And this is what real journalism is in a moment like this. Check it out.
I think we need to take a step back and look at the bigger picture here, which is what was really going on with Epstein? Because Epstein was more than just a serial pedophile and a pervert. He was an incredibly powerful man who was, by the way, in multiple instances in the files that were just released, talking about his work for Mossad, talking about his work for the Rothschilds. I mean, it just goes on. And so can we discuss the blackmail operation that was taking place and which government, that's a special ally of the United States, put him up to it? And do we really want to be allies with a country that kidnaps young girls for rape just so they can have dirt on American politicians and control our foreign policy? That's the bigger underlying issue here that no one's talking about.
Yeah. Great. Excellent. That's what it's about. Controlling your space, controlling the soundbite that you're going to have. It's going to be cut off, especially in a more vicious environment where you're having people like Piers Morgan spewing BS to his audience, having who knows what guest is going to come in and interrupt you. You're on a panel with 5 people. Let's not forget that. So, hey, great job, Matt, going on one-on-one in RT. I didn't get any pushback. I just have to, you have to be careful with your words and how you talk. No one's telling me what to say, which is great. But Anna Kasparian going on there, who knows? You can't see. I'm going to tell you guys, you can't see who's in the boxes with you. I can't even see the host. You're just looking at the camera. That's it. So you don't know if they're going to bait and switch you. I know RT's not going to do that to me. I'm safe in that space. I can just talk. So Anna Kasparian, she's been doing this for a long time. She knew what to do when those files dropped. She went right on Piers Morgan and she stuck it to the audience. She said, this is what it's really about. This is the shit they're not going to tell you on the other networks. They're not going to tell you on this network, or Piers pretends that he's some independent dude. No, it's controlled opposition, pretending I'm just asking questions about Russia. I don't know. That's Piers Morgan. So great job, Anna Kasparian. Loudest voice of the week. Okay, that should do it. for the show today. We did run over. We appreciate all you guys. I'm just going to cut to the chase. We're going to end it right now and let you know. Reminder, next Tuesday, next Thursday, we'll be back here for more Homeless Left. Tuesday show, we do have interview with Colonel Anthony Aguilar. It's going to be awesome, guys. Don't miss it. Don't forget to hit the like, the subscribe. I just want to say, and thanks to the Due Dissidence people who are still hanging around with us. We love you. We know you guys are coming off of another long show and a show here. So it's a lot. You guys would do a marathon here. So we appreciate your commitment. Even if you come in and out, we totally get it. You can go around, guys. You don't have to just stay on one place. You can move around. We appreciate you do that. Thanks today for our co-host Jay Scott and for Nurse Leslie coming in, talking with you guys. We will see you guys next week. This is an Epstein AI video we'll leave you guys with. We kind of like this one's a good one. There's a copyright music being played with it, so I'm gonna have to take it off of our YouTube channel once it posts. I think Rumble will let us keep it on, but either way, if you're watching live, you can see this in its entirety. It's pretty badass. And then we'll throw up you guys' comments at the end. A few more if we missed you, because we couldn't cover all of them. So we apologize for that. But yeah, that should do it for today. Remember, when you go out in the world, always go out with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass, Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news, power to the people, and free Palestine. We're out.